All right. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure this morning to welcome everyone here to Elective Affinities, Reading Benjamin, Reading Kafka. I'm Adam Sachs, a PhD candidate here at Penn, and I'm very happy to introduce the faculty coordinator of this event and the moderator for our first panel, Dr. Ian Fleishman. Dr. Fleishman is an assistant professor of German and Cinema and Media Studies, serving currently as the graduate chair of the Department of Germanic Languages and Literatures. He maintains academic affiliations with several academic programs and institutions at Penn, including the program in Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies, and the Alice Paul Center for Research on Gender, Sexuality, and Women, as well as the Penn program in the Environmental Humanities. He is a comparatist, working primarily on literature and film in French, German, and English. He has published widely on topics ranging from the Baroque to contemporary cinema. His first monograph, An Aesthetics of Injury, The Narrative Wound from Baudelaire to Tarantino, won the Northeastern Modern Language Association Best Book Award in 2015. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ian Fleishman.
Thank you, Adam, for that kind introduction, and thanks to all of you for being here with us, wherever here might be these days, for our discussion of Walter Benjamin's 1934 essay on Franz Kafka on the 10th anniversary of his death. Hugo von Hofmannsthal once declared Benjamin's essay on the novel Elective Affinities by that other towering figure of German language letters, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, to be schlechthin unvergleichlich, quite simply incomparable. Recalling this description, Hannah Arendt proclaims the quote, "The trouble was that he was literally right. It could not be compared with anything else in existing literature. The trouble with everything Benjamin wrote was that it always turned out to be sui generis." True to, even exemplary of this characterization, Benjamin's study of Kafka is as enlightening as it can be bewildering. Moving from philology to Marxism, metaphysics to messianism, Taoism to Talmud, this densely argued and richly elusive piece elliptically touches on countless of Kafka's works in just 4 short sections. Personally, I've always been so baffled by the essay that I decided to dedicate an entire semester-long graduate seminar to parsing it with 2 brave students, Mimi Hacking and Matt Malone, both of whom are with us today. But I also knew that if we were going to make any headway with this thing, we were going to have to call in the experts. I'm so profoundly grateful and honored that our 4 presenters, Michael Levine, Annie Pfeifer, Rochelle Tobias, and Dominik Zechner, responded with such enthusiasm to my quixotic appeal, and I'm looking forward immensely to their contributions and to geeking out together about this. Planning for this colloquium began during the first days of the pandemic, and while none of us could have predicted what the intervening months had in store, it was a pleasure in isolation to imagine and think forward to this shared intellectual mischief. My original intent behind the colloquium was to foster an intellectual community for German studies in the greater region, an opportunity for scholarly gatherings without the carbon emissions of transcontinental travel. And while we're unable to get together in person this time around, I do hope that this will be the first of many such events to come, and that those that follow might be more festive. This event has been made possible by the generous funding of the Department of Germanic Languages and Literatures at the University of Pennsylvania, the Jewish Studies Kutchin Seminar Series, the Program in Comparative Literature and Theory, the Wolf Humanities Center, and the University Research Foundation, as well as Sam Rossi, Jonah Pfluger, and Chris Passanante from Multimedia Services, whom I'd like to thank for keeping this webinar running smoothly, fingers crossed. Thanks again to Adam Sachs, whom you just met, and especially to Professor Liliane Weissberg, who will be joining us later for moderating our discussion today. And most of all, I wanted to thank Mimi Hacking, whom you'll get to see at the beginning of the second panel, and without whom none of this would have been possible. Turning to our first panel, I will introduce our speakers and then say a little bit about the format. Our first presenter, Michael Levine, is a professor of German and comparative literature at Rutgers University, where he focuses on intersections among literary, philosophical, and psychoanalytic discourses, Holocaust studies, and the poetics of witnessing, among other topics. He is the author of 4 books, Writing Through Repression, Literature, Censorship, and Psychoanalysis from 1994, The Belated Witness, Literature, Testimony, and the Question of Holocaust Survival from 2006. Perhaps most pertinently today, A Weak Messianic Power, Figures of a Time to Come in Benjamin Derrida and Celan, 2013. And most recently in German, Atomzerströmung, 2018, a book-long study of a poem by Paul Celan. He is twice published on Benjamin's Kafka essay, first in the 8th chapter of Writing Through Repression on the sense of an Unding, Kafka, Ovid, and the misfits of metamorphosis. And later, 20 years later, I think, in an essay in German Quarterly, wonderfully titled Of Big Ears and Bondage, Benjamin Kafka and the Static of the Sirens. We're honored to have him here to start things off today with a talk on Benjamin, Kafka, and the nebulous question of bearings. Our second speaker, Annie Pfeifer, is an assistant professor of Germanic languages at Columbia University, where she teaches 19th and 20th century German literature and culture, literary and political theory, the Frankfurt School, and the intersection of modernity and fascism. She's currently completing her first monograph on modernist practices of collecting, portions of which she'll be sharing with us today. She's published in the New German Critique, German Life and Letters, and elsewhere, and co-edited with, together with Redo Sorg, the director of the Robert Walser Center in Switzerland, a collection of essays on Walser and the culture of walking called Walk I Absolutely Must, which appeared with Wilhelm Fink last year. She's also the editor of a new series on Walser at Fink Press. Her writing has appeared in the op-ed section of the New York Times and the Huffington Post, and she's been the recipient of numerous awards, including a DAAD postdoctoral fellowship, a Neubauer faculty fellowship, and the Harry S. Truman Scholarship. Today, she'll be treating us to a talk entitled A Stern Sultan in the Harem of Objects, the Collector as Allegorist. To explain the format a little bit, Michael will speak first for about a half an hour, followed by Annie. Then they will give each of our panelists a chance to respond to one another before turning things over to a Q&A. You'll see at the bottom of your screen that there's a button there for you to submit questions or comments that you would like the panelists to respond to. There is a possibility for bringing people in live if you have your webcam enabled. So if you would prefer to pose your own question, do signal that. Logistically and time-wise, it may prove most feasible for me as moderator and Liliane as moderator of the second panel to read most, if not all, of the questions aloud. So I do apologize if we don't get to everything or if your question is only delivered indirectly. But thank you so much. Welcome to everyone. And with that, Michael, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. It is rare that we as a community have the opportunity to focus on one particular text, devoting an entire day to Benjamin's essay, Franz Kafka, on the 10th anniversary of his death, and what I imagine will be our diverse approaches to it. I thank Ian Fleishman and his Benjamin Kafka seminar at Penn for giving us the chance to do so. Needless to say, we come together today as a virtual community, with each of us confined to our homes, offices, and individual screens. Safely within, we cannot, of course, ignore the dangers without or the suffering, physical, emotional, and economic, which so many around the world are currently experiencing. Whether we directly or indirectly address the extraordinary circumstances under which we meet, there will of necessity be unintended resonances. In listening to each other today, may we also lend an ear to what hangs resonantly and precariously in the air. When I first read Benjamin's essay in the early 1990s, it completely transformed the way I read Kafka. It was also around this time that I first came across Werner Hamacher's path-breaking essays, The Word Wolke, if it is one, and The Gesture in the Name, on Benjamin and Kafka. Together, these three essays gave me a sense of how far one can and must go in attuning oneself to the gestural dimension of Kafka's texts. As I hope to demonstrate in what follows, Benjamin thematizes these gestures and highlights their importance, first and foremost, by reperforming them in his own writing, by letting his own text be implicated in the gestures he describes and analyzes. Let me begin, however, with Kafka and the famous letter to Max Brod he wrote in June 1921, in which he placed his literary production under the sign of a fourfold impossibility. Quote, the impossibility of not writing, the impossibility of writing German, the impossibility of writing differently, and finally, even the impossibility of writing, close quote. As other parts of the letter make clear, the sense of impossibility that is intoned with a kind of percussive insistence in these lines conveys more than a feeling of frustration. For while the writer may indeed be confronted by obstacles at every turn, the impossibilities mentioned are by no means mere impediments. They are instead the very twists, turns, and interlocking holds of an ineluctable double bind. Each mention of a particular impossibility is nothing more or less than an attempt to seize an inextricable knot by one of its constituent threads, an effort to display an overdetermined and ever mutating problem in a number of its determinate permutations. Kafka's enumeration of the manifold impossibilities of writing is prompted by reflections on the current state of German-Jewish linguistic relations, and more specifically on the particular mode of linguistic performance known as Mauschan. And here, I'd appreciate slide number, there we go. This Mauschan, he says, taken in the broadest sense, the only sense in which it should be taken, consists in a bumptious, tacit, or painfully self-critical appropriation of another's property. Less an acquisition than a light-fingered theft, it remains a foreign possession, even though there is no evidence of a single linguistic error that might give it away. It is an organic compound of German and pantomime. Throughout the letter, Kafka is exercised by the question of why Jewish writers should be, quote, so irresistibly drawn to the German language. Seeking a response, he is gradually led to a formulation that comes close enough to Freudian theories of generational conflict to elicit a defensive gesture on his part. Slide 3. Psychoanalysis lays stress, he writes, on the father complex, and many find the concept intellectually fruitful. In this case, I prefer another version, where the issue revolves around the father's Jewishness. Most young Jews who began to write German wanted to leave Jewishness behind them, and the fathers approved of this, but vaguely. This vagueness was what was outrageous to them. But with their hind legs, they were still glued. Klebten sie noch, they still adhered to their father's Jewishness. And with their waving front legs, they found no new ground. The ensuing despair became their inspiration. In this image of generational conflict, the Jewish sons are captured rearing their front legs, suspended in the very gesture of revolt. And while this prolonged suspension perhaps potentiates the uprising movement of rebellion, it also conveys a sense of flailing filial impotence. Such gestures, I would suggest, defined Kafka's own impossibly four-legged writing and its inspiration born of despair. An inspiration, Kafka continues, the next slide, as honorable as any other, but on closer examination, showing certain sad peculiarities. First of all, the product of the son's despair could not be German literature, though outwardly it seemed so. They existed among three impossibilities, which I just happen to call linguistic impossibilities. It is simplest to call them that, but they might also be called something entirely different. These are, as I said before, the impossibility of not writing, the impossibility of writing German, the impossibility of writing differently. One might also add a fourth impossibility, the impossibility of writing. With the enumeration of these impossibilities, Kafka's letter ceases to move forward in a progressive linear fashion. Instead, as was suggested earlier, it appears to falter at every step, as though mired in the very sense of despair and futile necessity about which it speaks. In such circumstances, the only possible step to be taken, the only way to gain time and room to maneuver, the only way to negotiate the double binds articulated here is paradoxically to write. Thus, he adds a comment that it seems could only have been advanced in the suspension of a parenthetical aside. Since the despair could not be assuaged by the writing, is an enemy both of life and of writing. Writing is here only a provisional solution. As for someone who was writing his will shortly before he hangs himself, an interim arrangement that may well last a whole life. Like Kafka's own last-minute proviso, appended to the preceding list of linguistic impossibilities, writing here functions as the very spacing, the indispensable temporizing movement of deferral. While it is doubtful that Benjamin ever had access to this letter, his essay, Franz Kafka on the 10th anniversary of his death, focuses on just this connection between writing, dying, and dilatory expedients. In what follows, I would like to consider those aspects of his text that bear on such issues. Such an approach, however, is complicated by the fact that Benjamin's essay is an interpretation of Kafka, both in the hermeneutic and performative sense. As such, it must be read both as a theoretical discourse whose primary aim is to elucidate and enfold the complexities of the text it treats, and as a transferential repetition and creative displacement of the stresses and gestures of those texts. Benjamin himself alludes to the necessity of such an approach when speaking about the unfolding or Entfaltung of the parable in Kafka. The reader takes pleasure, he says, in smoothing it out so that he has the meaning on the palm of his hand, sodass ihre Bedeutung auf der flachen Hand liegt. Benjamin's own pleasure, by contrast, lies elsewhere, not on the palm of the hand, where differences are ironed out and everything appears, as it were, as clear as day, auf der Hand, but rather in the gestures and movements of the hands themselves. This mute gestural language is compared earlier in the essay to Chinese theater, one of the most significant functions of which, he says, is, quote, to dissolve events into their gestural components, close quote. To follow this process of dissolution, let us turn briefly from the hand to the back, a turn that also involves a shift from handwriting to what might be called, with reference to in the penal colony, backwriting. In the section entitled The Little Hunchback, Benjamin addresses this kind of writing, noting that, and this is slide 6, it is the back on which this lies, the back on which everything depends. Es ist also der Rücken, dem es aufliegt. And it was always this way with Kafka. Und ihm liegt es bei Kafka seit jeher auf. Here the stress lies not only on the back, but on the twice repeated verb aufliegen. Playing on the term's double sense of lying and being dependent on, Benjamin sets the term itself in motion, refusing, as it were, to let it lie still. That everything lies and depends on the back rather than on the palm of the hand, on the place, figuratively speaking, where everything seems to lie as clear as day, is not just to emphasize one body part over another, but moreover to turn the seemingly self-evident gesture of meaningful presentation back on itself, to repose it as a question, and to interrogate the very gesture by which meaning presents itself as the smoothing out of a complication, the elucidation of an enigma, or the parabolic illustration of a teaching. Implicated in this movement of reversion, the reader is thus invited to turn back on Benjamin's own writing, the question it poses to the would-be expositors of Kafka's parables. Slide 7. But do we have the teachings which Kafka's parables accompany and which Kade's postures and the gestures of his animals clarify? It does not exist. All we can say is that here and there we have an allusion to it. Kafka might have said that these are relics transmitting the teaching, although we could just as well regard them as precursors preparing the teaching. Whether it is because they come too early or too late, Kafka's parables, like Benjamin's essay, fail to present any doctrine, any teaching, any clear message or meaning. Rather than dissolving into a semantically transparent means of instruction, they remain cloudy and opaque. As Hamacher has noted, and this is the next slide, the mark of failure in Kafka's prose is what Benjamin calls on 3 different occasions the cloudy spot, die wolkige Stelle, in his parables. In connection with the Potemkin anecdote, toward the beginning of his essay, he writes, "The enigma which beclouds it is Kafka's enigma." Later, he writes about the parable before the law. The reader who encountered it in a country doctor may have been struck by the cloudy spot in its interior. And in the 3rd section of his essay, Benjamin takes up this strange metaphor. For Kafka, there was always something that could only be grasped in the gesture. And this gesture, which he did not understand, constitutes the cloudy region of the parables, die wolkige Stelle der Parabel. From it emerges Kafka's literature. Curiously enough, it is precisely by means of these cloudy spots, which obscure more than they clarify, that Benjamin gets his bearings in Kafka's text. Through them, he is drawn not simply into heretofore uncharted regions, but rather more deeply and ineluctably ineluctably into the very question of bearings itself. This term, it should be stressed, is to be understood in this context, not only in the sense of a fixed point of orientation, but also in the related sense of a supportive weight-bearing structure. As a way of gesturing to the fact that this particular question, that it is this particular question on which the entire essay bears, the text opens by invoking the stationary figure of Atlas, shouldering the globe, and closes with the moving figure of a man on horseback. Quote, "Whether it is a man or a horse is no longer so important, if only the burden is taken off the back." Close quote. The strategic placement of these framing figures at the outset and end of Benjamin's text seems to suggest that the essay does not so much pose the question of bearings as set it in motion. The shift is worth emphasizing, since what is at stake is a particular volatilization of the question. Once set in motion, it is no longer posed in the static oppositional terms of bearer and born. Instead, as it takes flight, there is a slight but decisive shift in accent from the back upon which everything is said to lie and depend to the pointedly ambiguous verb aufliegen. Such shifts are in turn accompanied by a gradual blurring of the distinction between Atlas and the globe he is supposed to carry. Turning back on itself, the formerly static globe spins itself free from the grip of its erstwhile bearer, doing so in such a way as to sweep Atlas himself up in the movement of its revolutionary, in every sense of the term, flight through space. It is no doubt for this reason that Benjamin is drawn to the world of assistants in Kafka, whom he describes as quote, falling outside the circle or orbit of the family. And this is slide 9. None has a firm place in the world or firm inalienable outlines. There is not one that is not either rising or falling, none that is not trading qualities with its enemy or neighbor, none that has not completed its period of time and yet is unripe, none that is not deeply exhausted and yet is only at the beginning of a long existence. To speak of any order or hierarchy is impossible here. Again, it appears that the question of bearings becomes increasingly volatile, imposing itself more massively and with ever increasing urgency. And as it does so, identities come unhinged, and in their place, clouds of unstable mercurial figures begin to form. As these clouds gather, the question of bearings itself becomes more nebulous. Yet, as was stated earlier, it is paradoxically by means of these cloudy spots that Benjamin orients himself in Kafka's text. Orients himself, that is, in the direction of a demanding revolutionary practice of perpetual disorientation. Needless to say, there is more to this practice than simply losing one's bearings in an otherwise stable structure. For it is a practice that also, and perhaps above all, involves listening to the stresses and accents, the props, supports, and weight-bearing structures of Kafka's text as they shift about and give way to unsettling movements of displacement. In the section entitled The Little Hunchback, Benjamin observes, and I quote, "In the stories which Kafka left us, narrative art regains the significance it had in the mouth of Scheherazade, to postpone the future, das Kommende hinauszuschieben." Before continuing this citation, it is not irrelevant to note that Benjamin here takes up the question of postponement as a way of introducing the life and death issues involved in the writing and execution of Kafka's last will and testament, a document that, as is well known, was to have sentenced his unpublished literary offspring to destruction. Benjamin continues, and this is the next slide. "In the trial, postponement is the hope of the accused man only if the proceedings do not gradually turn into the judgment. The patriarch Abraham himself could benefit by postponement, even though he may have to trade his place in tradition for it." Benjamin then cites the following passage from Kafka. "I could conceive of another Abraham. To be sure, he would never get to be a patriarch or even an old clothes dealer. An Abraham who would be prepared to satisfy the demand for a sacrifice immediately with the promptness of a waiter, but would be unable to bring it off because he can't get away, weil von zu Hause nicht fort kann, being indispensable. The house needs him. There is always something or other to take care of. The house is never ready, but without having his house ready, without having something to fall back on, he cannot leave. This the Bible also realized, for it says, he set his house in order." Close quote. While Benjamin refrains from commenting on the passage, allowing it to speak for itself, what apparently draws him to it is a connection implicitly made via the Greek oikos, meaning both house and economy. The term links the house Abraham is preparing to leave and the economy of deferral, which provisionally shelters the patriarch's offspring from the execution of the death sentence he is prepared to carry out. This time setting the titles of Kafka's text in motion by treating their proper names as common nouns, Benjamin implies that it is not only the judgment, but the judgment that is adjourned through the postponements of the trial, through a singular recitation of the trial of Abraham. In Benjamin's reading of Kafka, deferral, Aufschub, thus seems to have two related components. First, and most obviously, it involves a process of temporal postponement, which, however, may well last a whole life, as Kafka writes to Browne of the man sitting down to write his will shortly before hanging himself. Second, and more importantly, it implies a suspension of narratives and narrative citations into and through one another. To put it a little differently, deferral here involves a suspension within narrative of elements that effectively interrupt and relay each other in a way that upsets the order of the house, postpones closure, and manages a stagnating economy. It is this very particular sense of stagnation as deferral and suspension that leads Benjamin to assert that Kafka's novels are set in a swamp world, spielen in einer Sumpfwelt. This remark is justified not only by the observation that, quote, Kafka did not consider the age in which he lived as an advance over the beginnings of time, but moreover, by the way in which the very sense of narrative and historical progress is altered in Kafka's writings. Once again, evidence of this alteration is to be found not only in the passages Benjamin cites from Kafka, but also in the odd narrative progression of his own text. Take, for example, the following sequence, adduced in support of his claim that what is forgotten is not merely absent, but rather actual by virtue of this very oblivion. And this is the next slide. Whoops, one back. Yeah. An experience deeper than that of an average person can make contact with it. I have experience, we read in one of Kafka's earliest notes, and I am not joking when I say that it is a seasickness on dry land. It is no accident that the first meditation was conceived on a swing, and Kafka does not tire of expressing himself on the fluctuating nature of experiences. Each gives way and mingles with its opposite. Close quote. Tellingly, the final sentence of this citation, each gives way and mingles with its opposite, refers both to the fluctuating experiences mentioned in the preceding sentence and to the very movement of the passage itself. In doing so, the text itself stages a mode of experience that, being closer to the swamp of oblivion than to the ordered progression of conscious thought, presents itself in an altogether different narrative manner. As though moving through a number of determinate alterations of a muddled and indeterminate relationship, Benjamin proceeds from a particular experience of instability described as seasickness on dry land to an experience set in the shifting frame of a swing, to a reflection on the unstable, fluctuating nature of experiences. Rather than providing a sense of narrative or logical progression, the passage repeatedly turns back on itself, as each sentence, each momentary consolidation of this swamp-like experience gives way to, mingles with, and becomes mired in the others. Such a reading is supported by Benjamin's subsequent analysis of the following lines from Kafka's Knock at the Manor Gate, which follows directly on the heels of the passage just cited. Walking home with my sister, I was passing the gate of a great house. I don't remember whether she knocked on the gate out of mischief or in a fit of absent-mindedness, or merely shook her fist at it and did not knock at all. Benjamin comments that, and this is the next slide, the very possibility of the third alternative, Vorgang, puts the other two, die Vorangehenden, which at first seemed harmless, in a different light. It is from the swampy soil of such experiences that Kafka's female characters rise up. They are swamp creatures. Not only is much of the wit of Benjamin's commentary lost in Zohn's otherwise competent translation, but its very point is obscured. For just as Kafka's text is concerned with what transpires as the narrator and his sister proceed past a particular gate, Benjamin is interested in the steps involved in a logical procedure. Slipping from the noun Vorgang to the etymologically related verb vorangehen, Benjamin playfully suggests that the footing gets especially slippery when the alternative, or more literally the procedure, mentioned in the third place, des an der dritten Stelle erwähnten Vorgangs, allows the preceding one, die Vorangehenden, to step forth in a different light, in ein anderes Licht treten. What Benjamin refers to as the swampy soil of such experiences is precisely the absence of progress, the inability of the reader to move through the competing versions mentioned and establish some order of priority, plausibility, or sense of temporal succession. So long as one is unable to order the alternatives presented in terms of a rational sequence, this swampy soil will remain a logical quagmire. Similarly, the swamp creatures which emerge from this soil are autochthonous heroines only insofar as they spring from, quote, a promiscuous mingling of opposites giving way to each other. Or as Benjamin adds, and this is the next slide, they rise out of the dark, deep womb, the scene of the mating, whose untrammeled voluptuousness, to quote Bachhofen, is hateful to the pure forces of heavenly light, and which justifies the term used by Arnobius, lutae voluptatis. Elsewhere, Benjamin remarks, not to find one's way in a city may well be uninteresting and banal. It requires ignorance, nothing more. But to lose oneself in a city, as one loses oneself in a forest, that calls for quite a different schooling. If losing one's footing in the muddle of experiences described above is itself to metamorphose an uninteresting and commonplace sense of stagnation into a creatively altered mode of experience, one must learn how to proceed differently through logical alternatives that so obviously contradict and exclude each other. One might view these alternatives as threads of experience that run through one another in such a way as simultaneously to implicate, displace, and unfold each other as they go. Learning how to trace the passage of these alternatives through one another certainly mires one more deeply in the swamp world of Kafka's novels. Yet it also enables one to see how Kafka, who, as Benjamin says, quote, could understand things only in the form of a gesture, used such gestures to break through stable frames of reference into more fluid, unfamiliar spaces. Consider in this regard the unusually violent language Benjamin employs when describing the power of the gesture. This is the next slide. Just as this bell, described by Vanna Kraft in a commentary on fratricide, which is too loud for a doorbell, rings out towards heaven. The gestures of Kafka's figures are too powerful, too durchschlagend for our accustomed surroundings, für die gewohnte Umwelt, und break out into wider areas, brechen in eine geräumigere ein. A little further on, Benjamin adds, and this is the next and last slide, what Kafka could fathom least of all was the gestus. Each gesture is an event, one might even say a drama in itself. The stage on which this drama takes place is the world theater, which opens up toward heaven. On the other hand, this heaven is only background. To explore it according to its own laws would be like framing the painted backdrop of the stage and hanging it in a picture gallery. Like El Greco, Kafka tears open the sky behind every gesture, reißt hinter jeder Gebärde wie Greco den Himmel auf. The paragraph then concludes, Kafka divests the human gesture of its traditional supports, and then has a subject for reflections without end. In each of these three passages, the violence is directed against some kind of support, be it the stable, orienting frame of familiar surroundings, the props and painted backdrop of a stage, or the traditional mainstays of the human gesture. In doing violence to these structures, which are apparently as burdensome as they are weight-bearing, Kafka's gestures break, or rather tamper with, the laws of gravity. They provisionally suspend these laws, and in doing so, open a different kind of space, one whose dimensions Benjamin implies can be measured only in negative and relativistic terms, as particular movements of distortion, displacement, and disorientation. The violence associated with the gesture is thus double-edged. For the very gesture that, quote, breaks into wider areas, tears open the sky, and takes away traditional supports, is also the one that enables Kafka to grope his way in the unbearable lightness of such nebulous regions. I would suggest that it is Benjamin's incomparable feel for the tentativeness of these gestures that leads him to the paradoxical observation that, quote, Kafka could grasp some things only in gesture. And this gesture, which he did not understand, forms the cloudy part of the parables. From this gesture arises Kafka's fiction, close quote. The gestures of Kafka's fiction thus provide a very particular sense of disorientation. For while they perhaps help one to lose one's bearings, they also supply in their stead, and in lieu of more familiar modes of cognition, a grasp that is not that of understanding, a grasp that instead dislocates understanding from within and makes of this creative misunderstanding a means by which to get a different hold on things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for setting the tone for today and for orienting, or perhaps rather disorienting us as we begin our investigation of this essay. Our next speaker is Annie Pfeifer from Columbia, who is going to be giving a talk called A Stern Sultan in the Harem of Objects, the Collector as Allegorist. And I look forward to exploring the resonances between these two papers.
Hi, thank you so much, Ian, for the invitation. It's great to be here and to connect with all of you and to exchange ideas. I really look forward to our discussion after. During the biblical flood, Noah's Ark becomes an archive. Ordered by God to collect two types of each animal, Noah assembles an ark, which constitutes a complete set of all surviving creatures until he reaches dry land. In the cultures of collecting, John Elsner and Roger Cardinal identify Noah as the first collector, whose ark is, quote, the unique bastion against the deluge of time, foregrounding the temporal dimension of collecting as a self-conscious preservation of a lost or disappearing world. Collecting becomes a time-sensitive battle against the threat of dispersion, and the prospect of destruction gives the collection a particular urgency. While describing his own archive and unpacking my library, Walter Benjamin espouses a theory of collecting that echoes Noah's task, quote, to renew the old world. This is the collector's deepest desire when he is driven to acquire things. The task of renewal introduces another dimension of collecting that seems to conflict with preservation, namely the impetus to generate and transform. Benjamin elaborates, quote, and I'm sorry I don't have slides unlike Michael, but I will try to read them slowly. One of the finest memories of a collector is the moment when he rescued a book to which he might never have given a thought, much less a wishful look, because he found it lonely and abandoned on the marketplace and bought it to give it its freedom, the way the prince bought a beautiful slave girl in the Arabian Nights. To a book collector, you see, the true freedom of all books resides somewhere on his shelves. On the one hand, he articulates the fantasy which often undergirds collecting, namely the Noah-esque rescue or deliverance of an object. From this vantage point, book collecting is a type of salvage collecting, a conservative practice that falls under the purview of what Friedrich Nietzsche calls antiquarian history, which knows only to preserve, bewahren, not how to generate or zeugen. On the other hand, Benjamin's suggestion that the collection grants true freedom to its object attests to the conflicted nature of collecting, which renews and transforms while trying to preserve its object. Benjamin's Orientalist analogy provides an important clue to the intrinsic dynamic of collecting. Namely, the collector seeks to free his objects from the despotic control of an unworthy possessor. By extricating the object from its former context, the collection endows it with the freedom to achieve a new kind of existence within its transformative framework. Yet even if it's staged as a labor of love, collecting is never quite an innocuous practice, as Benjamin's beautiful slave girl highlights. Not only does the prince have to purchase the girl's freedom, but true freedom, or Badefreiheit, is from the collector's perspective. For this slave girl, it merely means she has to change hands to her new keeper. Benjamin's slave girl analogy reveals the way collecting is often underpinned by a gendered fantasy of mastery and ownership, even as it conceives of itself as liberating and progressive. An avid collector who himself theorized collecting, Benjamin elegantly embodies the tension between collecting as a preservationist historical technique and a transformative artistic practice with revolutionary implications. He was possessed by a lifelong Sammelmanie, or mania for collecting, which, according to Berlin Childhood around 1900, began in boyhood with butterflies, picture postcards, stamps, and later continued with his collections of Baroque emblems, toys, rare books, and ultimately, as I will suggest, culminated in an archive of citations and quotations in the Arcades Project. In her introduction to Illuminations, Hannah Arendt even goes so far as to insist that collecting was Benjamin's central passion. In my book project, which I'm going to give an excerpt of here, I explore Benjamin's unfinished Arcades project through the figure of the collector as allegorist. Admittedly, as Ian mentioned at the beginning, I have also always struggled with Benjamin's 1934 Kafka essay, perhaps due to the very disorienting qualities that Michael Levine just described so beautifully in his talk. I'm grateful to Ian and the members of this colloquium for giving me the chance to orient myself in a text that I have often avoided. For our colloquium, I'm proposing to use Benjamin's concept of allegory as a way of exploring the elective affinities between Kafka and Benjamin in order to help us think about Kafka's role in Benjamin's archive. Specifically, one question which brings our work into dialogue is how we might connect Benjamin's Kafka essay with his other writings on allegory. In this talk, I will try to contextualize the Kafka essay within Benjamin's larger oeuvre by drawing out possible connections with his earlier work, The Origin of German Tragic Drama, or Trauerspiel, in 1928, as well as the Arcades project, which he was working on at this time while writing the Kafka essay. But before trying to address this question, I'll begin by sketching out how Benjamin attempts to resurrect allegory for modernity. So let me start with the archive. The archive. Against the deluge of political chaos and financial ruin in the waning days of the Weimar Republic, Benjamin's personal life was growing increasingly desperate. His divorce from his wife, Dora, had been finalized, his mother passed away, and because of the growing climate of fear, censorship, and anti-Semitism, Benjamin was unable to publish his work. In a letter to his friend Gershom Scholem in February 1931, he wrote, quote, that the atmosphere in Berlin had grown so stifling, allowing one to scarcely breathe. He described himself as a, quote, shipwrecked person adrift on the wreck, having climbed to the top of the mast, which is already torn apart. But he has the chance from there to give a signal for his rescue, end quote. As the floodwaters of fascism were rising, Benjamin Aznoa had conceived of himself as a castaway even before going into exile in Paris in 1933. Comprised of several essays and a brief text entitled The Ring of Saturn, the Arcades project consists of over 900 pages of notes and reflections, which Benjamin divided into convolutes, organized by capital letters A through Z, and 10 additional files marked by lowercase letters. Written on the subject of the Parisian arcades, a network of historic covered shopping arcades, this staggering collection of quotation, citations, notes, and commentary was amassed over a period of 13 years. An inexhaustible and ever-expanding compilation of quotations, the Arcades project was the paradigmatically incomplete collection. Could Benjamin have even conceived of the completion of his own life's work? Given its digressive, discursive structure, the Arcades project might well have been fated for eternal incompletion, even if Benjamin had lived to continue working on it as planned. But what, if anything, replaces the goal of totality or completeness for the collector, or a modern collector, such as Benjamin? While some critics have lamented the project's incompleteness, others have deemed it, quote, an unfinished and fundamentally unfinishable collection of passages. Considering Benjamin's intellectual emphasis on historical materialism as an antidote to the sweeping myths of historicism, it is conceivable that this fragmentary form might have been preferable to the traditional book form. In his notes, for instance, Benjamin describes his arcade not as a work, but as an ongoing event, a peripatetic meditation or flânerie. The open-ended quality of collecting renders the closed, completed book form insufficient for Benjamin's purposes. Rather, it seems the best medium suited for his project would be a website, blog, or social media account that allows for continuous updates. And this is why often scholars have referred to it as sort of the first hypertext. The Arcades project adheres to what new media calls variability, namely the possibility of endless permutation and transformation, which never allows for a final definitive version of the text. But if a collection can never achieve true completion, how can we differentiate it from hoarding, the maniacal compiling together of everything that existed that Nietzsche so trenchantly satirized in On the Use and Abuse of History for Life? Collecting is, by definition, a selective process where the collector tries to amass as many of a particular class of thing as possible. Therein lies a distinction between hoarding and collecting. A collection can theoretically contemplate its own completion or conclusion, whereas hoarding has no determinate limits. Collections are finite because the life of the collector is finite. The collector's task is circumscribed by time, resources, and the potentially unlimited number of acquisitions. Even if all the objects of a certain category are collected, the collection becomes the entire known set. If Noah had been ordered to include all animals, his task would have been to conduct his census rather than to collect. For ordinary mortals, however, completeness is in the eye of the collector, who determines the criteria and hence the contours of a collection. From the standpoint of a collector, the completion of a collection is disastrous, as it signals the end of his pursuit. For instance, Borges's Library of Babel is complete, but fundamentally inscrutable to humans. As Borges's short story brilliantly encapsulates, excessive depression, suicide, and book burning ensue as people are confronted with the futility of their existence in the face of the complete but illegible collection. Incompletion grants potentiality and agency, whereas completedness signals closure, powerlessness, and death. Borges's library provides a clue to reading Kafka, a warning which Benjamin heeds. Completeness means legibility, which is completely meaningless in our absurd modern world, the worlds that Kafka dramatized. Perhaps as a clue to his own magnum opus, Benjamin foregrounds the endless seriality of collection. Quote, as far as the collector is concerned, his collection is never complete. For let him discover just a single piece missing, fehlte ihm nur ein Stück, and everything he's collected remains a patchwork or Stückwerk, which is what things are for allegory from the beginning. According to Benjamin, allegory resembles the collection in its incomplete fragmentary relationship to the irretrievable whole. Unlike the symbol, which presupposes an organic unity between a sign and its meaning, allegory questions the possibility of a natural relationship between them. As developed by the Romantics, the symbol conjoined an object with its meaning, reinforcing the concept of nature that preserves unchanging, complete, and organic identities. Allegory, a concept which had preoccupied Benjamin since his habilitation, the origin of the German tragic drama, was perceived to be inferior because it arbitrarily linked an abstract concept to a thing, and thus could never reach the totality inhered in the symbol. For this reason, Benjamin compares the allegorist with a collector who must go on adding without ever coming to completeness. Because allegory destroys any illusions of the organic unity between sign and meaning, it is accompanied by alienation and melancholy already in its Baroque heyday. Juxtaposing allegory with the symbol, Scholem posits, quote, the allegory arises, as it were, from the gap which opens the form and its meaning, end quote. Allegory itself illustrates this rupture. If truth or meaning were directly accessible, there would be no need for allegory. Acknowledging the ambiguity and multiplicity of meaning, allegory has a proto-modernist register, prompting Benjamin to write in his 1935 expose, the gaze of the allegorist is the gaze of the alienated man, whose genius is nourished on melancholy. Vis-a-vis Baudelaire, and here I'm arguing as well as Kafka, Benjamin attempts to resurrect allegory for modernity, giving it a central role in the Arcades project. Unlike the symbol that suppresses history by claiming the eternal value of nature, allegory confronts history directly and finds its most poignant figuration in the ruin. And here I'm thinking again of connections to the Kafka essay with this preoccupation of ruin. Here he writes in the Trauerspiel, Benjamin writes, quote, the allegorical physiognomy of nature history, which is put on stage in the Trauerspiel, is present in reality in the form of the ruin. In the ruin, history has physically merged into the setting. And in this guise, history does not assume the form of the process of an eternal life so much as that of irresistible decay. Allegory thereby declares itself to be beyond beauty. Allegories are in the realm of thoughts, what ruins are in the realm of things. This explains the Baroque cult of the ruin. Decoupled from the human subject of historical hermeneutics, natural history here stresses contingency, singularity, transience, and alterity. Their temporalities could not be more divergent. Allegory depicts irresistible decay and immortality, whereas the symbol claims eternal life. Whereas the symbol's aspirations to totality and transcendence cause it to appear as momentary and instantaneous, allegory approaches temporality as, quote, a progression in a series of moments. In allegory, history manifests itself in decaying nature and is studied retrospectively without the symbol's pretension of finding timeless truths. By acknowledging temporality as nonlinear, allegory emphasizes what Home King has called the recognition of transience, not a denial of it. With its focus on ruins and remains, allegory foregrounds loss, delay, and deferred meaning. And here I think my essay might link well with Michael Levine's talk and the idea of deferral and Benjamin's focus on Kafka's preoccupation with deferral. Exemplified by the shell shop in the Paris Arcades, allegory reveals the process of natural decay that marks the survival of past history within the present. Drawing on the same rhetoric of petrification and ruin he later deploys in the Arcades project, Benjamin describes allegory in the following way, quote, Whereas in symbol, destruction is idealized and the transfigured face of nature is fleetingly revealed in the light of redemption. In allegory, the observer is confronted with history as a petrified primordial landscape. Everything about history that from the very beginning has been untimely, sorrowful, unsuccessful, is expressed in a face, or rather in a death's head. And this to me also kind of harkens back to Hamacher's essay on failure. Benjamin champions allegory for its materiality, historical specificity, and its transparency, the same reasons he embraces collecting as a tool of historical materialism. Like historical materialism, allegory posits no narrative of progress, thereby avoiding the symbol's claim to a mythical state of unification. Allegory, Benjamin writes in Central Park, should be shown as an antidote to myth. If allegory is a form of dialectical materialism, then myth and the symbol are the tools of the historicist. Here we are in the Baudelairean realm of the mortuary and rubbish heap, where the allegorist in the vein of a rag picker acts as what Irving Wohlfarth has called, quote, the grave digger in the bourgeois world. Like hoarders, Baroque allegorists pile up fragments, Bruchstücke, ceaselessly without any strict thought or goal. Just as the rag picker infuses rubbish with new meaning, the allegorist rehabilitates discarded literary forms. Not only is a tragic drama based on the concept of the ruin, the genre itself functions as a kind of cultural ruin. A minor literary genre that was rarely studied, the Trauerspiel was deemed by many scholars to be trash in the rubbish bin of history. In salvaging this refuse, Benjamin provides us with an early blueprint for his archaeological mission in the Arcades Project. It was the Baroque poets who first demonstrated to Benjamin that the ruins of his own time could be elevated to the position of allegory. Just as the petrified commodities of the arcade showcase the decay of capitalism, the allegory exposes ruin in a way that it's absent from the time-collapsing transcendental symbol. It is precisely their hollowed out fragmentary form that allows the allegorist, like the rag picker, to breathe new life and signification into these objects. But rather than lamenting the state of the fallen world, like his Baroque predecessors, Benjamin uses allegory to underscore the fragility of the socioeconomic order and to lay the foundation for revolution. In Central Park, for instance, Benjamin draws on the rhetoric of natural history to reveal how allegory offers a blueprint for dissent. He says, allegory holds fast to the ruins. It offers the image of petrified unrest. Although Benjamin never explicitly mentions allegory in Franz Kafka on the 10th anniversary of his death, the concept haunts his essay, particularly his reflections on parable. Although the parable is often short and theologically infected, the term is often used interchangeably with allegory. And here I'm sort of asking to kind of parse out some of the terms that Benjamin uses in his Kafka essay. As developed in the tragic drama in the Arcades Project, Benjamin's concept of allegory offers another way into the Kafka essay. Even on a rhetorical level, Benjamin's descriptions of Kafka's prehistoric swamp world evoke the petrified primordial landscape of the Baroque ruins in the tragic drama. In the vein of the allegorical world of irresistible decay, Kafka's country village is populated by ruins, putrid mixtures, and overripe elements, making no attempts to disguise its decaying, disjunctive temporality. Rephrased in Trauerspiel terms, the allegories in Kafka's work refuse the eternal life and mythic unity of the symbol. In the section, A Childhood Photograph, Benjamin describes the way Kafka's parables unfold in the way a bud turns into a blossom. Kafkas Parabeln entfalten sich aber im ersten Sinne, nämlich wie die Knospe zur Blüte wird. But just a few lines later, he qualifies this position, switching from the German Parabel to Gleichnis, a shift that is undetectable in the English translation of parable. They are not parables, Gleichnisse, and yet they do not want to be taken at their face value. They lend themselves to quotation and can be told for purposes of clarification. I'm just going to dass man sie zitieren zur Erläutern erzählen kann. But do we have the doctrine which Kafka's parables or Gleichnisse interpret, and which Kade's gestures of his animals clarify? I think Michael Levine also brought up this quote exactly. It does not exist at all. All we can say is that here and there we have an allusion to it. Kafka might have said, these are the relics of a doctrine. If they are not parables, then what are they? In fact, these parables seem more allegorical in their literary complexity, raising the question, why does Benjamin not use the word allegory, even as he concedes the limitation of parable and liberally applies allegory to the work of Baudelaire and other essays written around the same time, and even as he was working through this notion of allegory in the Arcades Project. Like Baudelaire's allegories, Kafka's parables are the relics of a fragmented modern world in which doctrine is missing and signification is no longer legible. It is for this reason that his parables, quote, are never exhausted by what is explainable. On the contrary, he took all conceivable precautions against the interpretation of his writings, writes Benjamin about Kafka. That is to say, they represent their own unreadability. At the same time, Benjamin cautions us against an allegorical reading when he resists a supernatural interpretation of Kafka along theological lines. This is perhaps why Benjamin, in keeping with his aim in the Arcades Project, settles on quotation instead of interpretation. For Benjamin, the consummate collector, it is a way of foregoing completeness, acknowledging that, quote, everything he's collected remains a patchwork, Stückwerk, which is what things are for allegory from the beginning. So rather than reading Benjamin as an interpreter of Kafka, I'm reading him as his collector. Now I'll get to the Ark, thinking back to the Noah's Ark reference. As early as in the origin of German tragic drama, Benjamin contemplated the relationship between allegory and collecting. As a combination of visual image and linguistic sign, the emblem was central to the Baroque vision of nature as an allegorical representation of history. By combining a title, image, and interpretive commentary, the Baroque emblem could be thought of as a precursor to the montage or collage. Like a collage, the proliferation of meanings for each emblem produces an arbitrary fragmentary clutter of images. Benjamin writes in the Trauerspiel, in its fully developed Baroque form, allegory brings with it its own court. The profusion of emblems is grouped around the figural center. This court is subject to the law of dispersal and collectedness, Zerstreuung und Sammlung. Things are assembled according to their significance. Indifference to their existence allowed them to be dispersed again. In the dialectic of this form of expression, the fanaticism of the process of collecting is balanced by the slackness with which objects are arranged, end quote. Allegory simulates the practice of collecting by assembling or grouping emblems, albeit in a lackadaisical manner. Because the allegorist has relinquished the possibility of reconstructing totality and completeness and accepts a fragmented world, he does not share, quote, the most deeply hidden motive of the collector, namely the Noah-like struggle against dispersion. Each confronts the post-Diluvian world of confusion and scatter in different ways. Quote, this is from the Trauerspiel, this is actually from the Arcades Project, but it resonates with the quote I mentioned just before from the Trauerspiel. The allegorist, as it were, is the polar opposite of the collector. He has given up the attempt to elucidate things through research into their properties and relations. He dislodges things from the context and from the outset relies on his profundity to illuminate their experience. The collector, by contrast, brings together what belongs together. By keeping in mind their affinities and their succession in time, he can eventually furnish information about his objects. Nevertheless, and this is more important than all the differences that exist between them, in every collector hides an allegorist, and in every allegorist, a collector. Benjamin's text deconstructs itself. While at the beginning, the allegorist and collector are polar opposites, the two are interwoven by the end. By dislodging things from their context and abandoning the attempt to elucidate the interconnections, Benjamin's collector begins to resemble the allegorist. Ultimately, it is this ability to dislodge and elucidate which invests the collector with immense power. Because of the fragmentariness of the allegory, according to tragic drama, the allegorist assumes paramount importance by determining its significance and power. And here I quote from the Trauerspiele essay once again. It is unconditionally in his power, namely the allegorist's power. He places it within his hands and stands behind it, not in a psychological, but in an ontological sense. In his hands, the object becomes something different. Through it, he speaks of something. For him, it becomes a key to the realm of hidden knowledge, and he reveres it as the emblem of this. This is what determines the character of allegory as a form of writing. Benjamin might as well have been speaking about the collector. In the domain of the allegory, Benjamin continues, the allegorist rules with acts of cruelty, both lived and imagined, like a stern sultan in the harem of objects. It is indeed characteristic of the sadist that he humiliates his objects and then, or thereby, satisfies it, end quote. Dripping with Orientalist cliches, his portrait of the allegorist recalls a passage from Unpacking My Library, which I cited at the beginning of my talk. Perhaps the collector's fantasy of rescuing the beautiful slave girl is merely in order to give her true freedom within his own despotic domain. The collection is feminized and exoticized as part of the collector's quest for order. Ultimately, the collection crowns the collector with sovereignty over its miniature world. Recalling the tragic drama, Benjamin envisages the unconditional power of the collector who rules over his dominion through order and cataloging in the Arcades Project, he writes. And this is the last quote. For the collector, the world is present and indeed ordered in each of his objects. We need only to recall what importance of a particular collector attaches not only to his object, but to its entire past, whether this concerns the origin and objective characteristics of the thing or the details. All of these come together for the collector in every single one of his possessions to form a whole magic encyclopedia, a world order whose outline is the fate of its object. Here, therefore, within the circumscribed field, we can understand how great physiognomists and collectors are the physiognomists of the world of things become interpreters of fate. No sooner does he hold them in his hand than he appears inspired by them and seems to look through them into their distance like an augur. This vantage point in which the entire world is present and ordered from the collector's perspective once again recalls Benjamin's quote about the allegorist as having the key to the realm of hidden knowledge. Like allegory, collecting has despotic ramifications when it endows the collector with unlimited power to determine meaning and order. However, Benjamin ends Unpacking My Library with a characteristic inversion, which so often happens in his texts. Although it initially appears to be the collector who saves the lonely and abandoned object, it is actually the opposite. It is the collection which saves the collector by providing order and perpetuity against his imminent dispersion. Inside the collector, quote, and this is from Unpacking My Library, there are spirits, or at least genii, which have seen to it for a collector, and I mean a real collector, a collector as he ought to be. Ownership is the most intimate relationship that one can have to things. Not that they come alive in him, it is he who lives in them. So I have erected before you one of his dwellings, Gehäuse, with books, as the building stones, and now he is going to disappear inside, as is only fitting. In a similar way, Benjamin himself vanishes into the intertextual murmur of the archive, present only as the hand that attaches quotation marks to the sites or passages in new constellations. Returning to Kafka, the Kafka essay, we might also say that Benjamin, like a true collector, comes alive in Kafka's works. Now it is his collection which finds Benjamin lonely and abandoned on the marketplace and bestows freedom upon him. Whereas Noah's Ark became his archive, Benjamin's archive is transformed into his arc. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. I'm going to invite Michael back now and ask our two panelists to respond to each other briefly before turning things over to a more general discussion. I wanted to remind everyone that there's a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen, so you can click that and either put in a question in text form, which we can read aloud, or if you'd prefer to jump in on video, let us know that too, and we can send you an invitation, and you can click yes and join us that way. So Michael and Annie will respond to each other now, and I will be back in a moment.
I'd be happy to begin, and first would like to thank my friend and former colleague Annie Pfeifer for a really terrific, resonant talk. As you can imagine, the question I would want to ask has to do with the status of citations in your essay, and the way in which, in some ways, like the slave girl, they're wrenched out of context with the promise of rescue and a certain kind of freedom, only in your reading to enter into another kind of ownership kind of position. In other words, they're kind of recontextualized by the Sultan. And I'm wondering what dimension of freedom remains among those things that have been wrenched out of context, that have been like pull quotes, like Passagen, that have been taken out of context, but then brought in a different kind of relationship, perhaps less to what came before or what comes after, but like the parables, which are kind of too late to be illustrative of a past teaching, and perhaps too early to be precursors. They kind of hover in this between space. And I'm wondering about the kind of between space in which citations hover in Benjamin, particularly in a text like the Passagen book. And I would, one of the things I think I was trying to implicitly argue is that Benjamin's writing the Kafka essay at the time that he's working on the Passagen book. And I think he's already kind of experimenting with this kind of citational logic.
Great. Mike, thank you so much, Michael, for that question. Should I answer, Ian, or should I provide my response? Sorry, I'm a bit confused about that.
Either way that you'd like. Why don't you give an answer first and then respond to Michael, and he can answer you.
Okay, got it. And then we'll open it up to Q&A.
And then we'll open it up to Q&A.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Michael. I think that's a really important question. And actually that sort of takes me maybe even to my response to your wonderful talk, which is to sort of make a parallel between what you call the creative displacement of Kafka. And there seems to be something very similar going on in the Passagenwerk, where Benjamin talks about, he even uses the metaphor of pushing the rock, Baudelaire as a rock, which he pushes from its place to unearth a different kind of relationship. So there is an element of displacement that I think happens with both Kafka and Baudelaire that really connects the Kafka essay, as you rightly mentioned. I think he's experimenting with the practices that he will be employing in a sort of more revolutionary form in the Arcades project, without any of the sort of kind of transitions, right, that he provides for us in the Kafka essay. So I think that you're absolutely right to make that that connection. And I also think that there's something, and perhaps this might be a way also to bring our texts together, which is what are the sort of politics of this practice? What are the politics of his gesture of citation? And Michael, in your talk, you bring up this wonderful quote, which is, you say, turning back on itself, the formerly static globe spins itself free from the grip of its erstwhile bearer, doing so in such a way as to sweep Atlas himself up in the movement of its revolutionary, in every sense of the term, flight through space. And I was thinking about what you meant by revolutionary, because I think it also connects to kind of the revolutionary quality of the disorientation, which you mention in your, you say, I think, which I really like this formulation. You said the revolutionary practice of perpetual disorientation, which I would say is also the condition of modernity, which Benjamin tries to capture in the Arcades project, as well as his writings on Baudelaire. And insofar as one could make the connection again between the Arcades project and the Kafka essay, you could say in the Arcades project, the diffused, distracted absorption of the flaneur mirrors the reader's erratic movements through the text, which ends up somewhere very different from where he or she started, right? So the ultimate aim in the Arcades project is one of disorientation, right? That it shouldn't be read linearly, that one is meant to flit between passages, like a flaneur browsing in various stores, going from one to the other without any clear trajectory or historical chronology or linear sense of progress. Maybe I can just actually start even going into my comments on your essay, because I think they fit together, and then we can just open it up to your response and then to the audience questions. So I wanted to tell you, first of all, that in spite of your themes of disorientation and nebulousness, I think you orient us very gracefully and lucidly in Benjamin's Kafka essay. Certainly, it gave me a lot more clarity in reading it, by situating it both in Kafka's larger oeuvre and biography, and by connecting it to Werner Hamacher's influential essay. Citing Hamacher's essay, you aptly note, it is paradoxically by means of these cloudy spots that Benjamin orients himself in Kafka's text, orients himself, that is, in the direction of a demanding revolutionary practice of perpetual disorientation. So this is exactly what I wanted to sort of pick up on, which is the sort of politics of this praxis of disorientation, and whether one might be able to link it to another essay he wrote in the same year, namely The Author as Producer, or also, you know, the work of the art in the age of mechanical reproduction, which was published in the following year. It might be interesting to sort of contextualize how this practice of disorientation, these gestures, work in a kind of revolutionary political format. Let's see. I don't think it was a coincidence that both of our talks wade through Benjamin's swamp world, or Sumpfeld. And this is a world which takes us to the foggy recesses of what he refers to in the Arcades project as primal history. And here maybe we could think about Benjamin's own critique of the mythologies of historicism and how that might shed light on his interest in time or temporality in Kafka, which depicts, so if I can rephrase it slightly, Benjamin's historical orientation or disorientation, as you point out in Kafka, also dovetails with the temporality of the Arcades project, which imagines time beyond a simple linear narrative. Although he never uses the term historical materialism in the Kafka essay, I thought maybe it might be useful to think about how he would position Kafka historically. In fact, at one point he says, and this seems to sort of be in line with a certain kind of historical materialism that he advocates in other places, when he says, Kafka does not consider the age in which he lived as an advance over the beginning of time. I'm not going to talk for too much longer, but I did just want to mention, since you did bring up citation, and I think this sort of also brings us to the comment you made. You wrote, the complex series of passageways through which Kafka is said to move is itself a figure for Benjamin's own citational practice, his way of reading excerpted passages through one another. As I heard this, I immediately thought of both the Passagenwerk, as well as the passages in Kafka's unfinished story, The Burrow. And I wonder if we could maybe even find a passage to Kafka through the Arcades project. I'm thinking specifically of the line in the Kafka essay where Benjamin writes, "Can one not see the animals in the burrow or the giant mole ponder as they dig in?" Okay, one more thing and then I will stop. The practice of citing passages is part of Benjamin's larger project of collecting and archiving. Since interpretation is no longer possible, as Benjamin shows us in the Kafka essay, citation seems to be the only way forward. And here I thought it might be interesting to cite Hannah Arendt in her introduction to Illuminations. She says, Walter Benjamin knew that the break in tradition and the loss of authority which occurred in his lifetime were irreparable and concluded that he had to discover new ways of dealing with the past. In this, he became a master when he discovered that the transmissibility of the past had been replaced by citability, and then in the place of authority, there had arisen a strange power to settle down piecemeal in the present and to deprive us of the mindless peace of complacency. So here again, I think we get to a sort of politics, perhaps, of a kind of gesture. And I was also thinking about the connection between the quote that you mentioned of the atlas in the revolutionary movement with the gesture of Aufliegen, which you begin your essay with. So maybe I'll just open it up now to sort of thinking about the connections between the two texts. Thank you so much, Michael, again, for a wonderful illuminating essay.
Thank you for incredibly provocative questions in your own wonderful paper. Let's just, if I'd like to, as you said, one of the things that's so ironic or paradoxical about Benjamin's essay is that there is a kind of sharpness to his fuzzy terms, and terms like disorientation are always linked with a kind of muddiness and swamp-like muddle and of air that's putrid and air that is thick, and which is to say, I mean, to stay with the soil, it's not, it inhibits a kind of step-by-step logical process. It becomes, as I said, a kind of logical quagmire, which one might think of in terms of, say, Freud's kettle logic, and how one deals with contradictions of entertaining as various competing versions of a situation simultaneously. And I think Dominik will talk about the question of simultaneity in his talk later on. So it's the question of how one deals with that swamp world, with the cloudy spots. I don't think, however, that the foggy recesses are linked to a kind of Vorwelt, a kind of prehistoric realm. I think there's as Benjamin is repeatedly saying and acting out, there's a kind of real actuality to this Vorwelt. I mean, it's written into his prose itself. It's prose that doesn't progress, that stagnates, that keeps turning back on itself. And I think that, I don't think Benjamin gives up interpretation in favor of, say, citability, but I think he plays on interpretation as elucidation, but also in the way that one interprets a piece of music. I think he is replaying Kafka, shifting the accents, taking it up, and he's not citing Kafka as proof of an argument or kind of examples of a point that he's making. I think his citations of Kafka are the way in which he is implicating himself in Kafka's texts and bringing Kafka then into his own text. And it's that kind of muddled, inter-implicated relationship that where I would locate, Benjamin's interpretation.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I feel like I appeared and that put a halt to. Annie, did you want to respond to that before we take some questions?
Well, no, I think that actually really sort of picks up provocatively where maybe my essay or my talk tried to leave off, which is that Benjamin in some way inhabits his archive and comes to life in his own works. And that's how I see, and perhaps maybe we're debating over the use of the word interpretation, what actually interpretation means. I think that the interpretation, and I like the way to use the word replaying, because I think it comes back to this idea of a creative displacement. There's something that he's doing in this essay that seems to be beyond a kind of both citation, but also interpretation. It almost seems to be a form of inhabiting Kafka's work, of speaking through Kafka or speaking through his archive in some sense that that also, I think, connects with the Arcades project and his larger sort of aim there. But I'll stop. Thank you.
It's a I'm just going to use my prerogative as moderator to jump in. It's a transformative, and I think Annie, you showed this well. It's also a transformative sort of poetics of citation. There's that ontological question that you, once you own it, and once you've collected it, it becomes what it is. Because Kafka talks about this logic, and a lot of commentators on this text, Benjamin talks about this logic, sort of talk about a similar logic. Michael, it came up in what you were talking about, the knock at the manor gate, where this sort of, the hypothesis becomes its own sort of ontological basis, and almost effaces the footsteps of what comes before it. The example that we kept coming back to in my seminar was the Landvermesser, the land surveyor in the castle. He appears, he seems to just sort of on a whim because he needs to come up with something, says he's a land surveyor. But from then on, the ontology of the text basically operates as if that were fact. I wonder what that does for the sort of distinction between gesture, on the one hand, and Benjamin performing Kafka's gestures, and collecting or allegory on the other, allegory being, as Annie you showed, is sort of itself a kind of murky, a cloudy spot in this, so that what should be, what one would expect would be the sort of master begriff in this essay isn't there, and instead we get gesture instead. Benjamin is as collector of Kafka or performer of Kafka, and I wonder to what extent those are compatible or to what extent they might rub up against each other. I will leave that there and just use that as a transition. We've got a few questions from the audience. I do want to get to the first one on inanimate beings, but I'm going to skip it for now because I think that the second one that we've got here might connect to that what we've been talking about more directly. This is from Leo Clausen at Columbia. Is Benjamin via Kafka pointing to a provisional totality by dealing with incompleteness? Put in a more open way, what is the relationship between completion and totality in Benjamin? This question might speak to the politics of the collecting of gestures / citations. If we think of Benjamin as, at least in the family of thinkers of reification / alienation, a theoretical notion that does point to a certain totality, but a process that remains incomplete, that necessarily remains incomplete. So you have that there, thankfully. I don't know that the audience will have caught that from my poor reading, but if you'd like to respond to Leo's question.
We have it in the chat. Oh, thank you.
In the Q&A.
In the Q&A. Sorry, I see it now. Thank you. That's helpful. That's a lot. Michael, I'm just going to reread the question and think through. I don't know, Michael, if you have any thoughts. I guess it was more oriented towards me as dealing with completeness, but if you have any thoughts, Michael, go ahead and I'll.
It does say to both, so Michael is also on the hook.
I'm very happy to jump in. I would strongly come down on the side of a pointed kind of incompleteness in Benjamin's Kafka, in ways that he's always, but a particular kind. I mean, that's why Benjamin's language here of clouds in his Baudelaire essay of crowds. I think that discrete figures and discrete images are dispersed, and discrete concepts are dispersed, but that doesn't leave them kind of all over the place. There's a different kind of organizational principle at work, and that kind of organizational principle, I think, in time wise, I would refer to it as a kind of promiscuous mingling of opposites, as Benjamin calls it, that contradictory terms are held simultaneously in relation to each other. So they're constantly unfolding each other, folded into each other, like the assistants that that form a knoia at a certain point that Benjamin quotes. I think that there is this kind of ever mutating relationship which defers closure, which manages a kind of stagnating economy. And there's actually an amazing quote from from a letter from Kafka to Max Brod, where he's describing the lesion in his lungs when he already has tuberculosis. And he says, and he's describing to this lesion, he says, but there is no seeing it whole. So turbulent and ever moving is the gigantic mass, which yet at the same time never ceases to grow. And I think this turbulent, ever mutating mass is a kind of open wound, which doesn't allow of an overview, doesn't allow of a grasp, and that Kafka is inhabited by. Let's leave it at that. Annie, you want to take over?
Annie, you're muted still.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Michael, well said. I think that's a really, I also love that quote from, you said it was from Brod's letter?
From a letter of Kafka to Brod on September 14th, 1917. So
Great.
after he's coughed up blood, and it's quite a gruesome scene, which he also says was the coughing up blood in the middle of the night was a kind of agreement reached by his brain and his lungs kind of behind his back, doing what this bloody outpouring becomes a kind of speech, a kind of bodily speech that he, in his own words, could never have said. And what would he have liked to have said? He would have liked to have ended this relationship with Felice, which the tuberculosis allows him then finally to do. So there's this kind of body language, for lack of a better term, which I would also associate with the gestural language in Kafka.
It also has that, function of confirming what was written, as he puts the quote in Ein Landarzt, in A Country Doctor. He says, I sort of predicted this wound, I wrote it there, and here it is in the flesh, so to speak. So it's that same, sort of ontological move where once hypothesized, once posited, it just sort of becomes, and as you said, in a gesture. Annie, did you want to respond to Leo's question?
Yeah, I'm still puzzling over this idea of the provisional totality and what that means in the question. I think it's highly suggestive, but I'm still trying to kind of unpack it. One thing I will say, which is that I think that for Benjamin, totality in terms of the way that he sees it is no longer the end goal of a collection. And thereby, I think actually Benjamin is sort of moving away from a different kind of model of collecting towards a kind of modernist form of collecting, which anticipates fragmentation, which no longer tries to complete a collection where completeness, totality is no longer the goal. Getting all the parts or getting all the stamps or getting all the, citations is no longer the goal, because there is no totality. There is no larger whole to be collected. And so I guess I would sort of provisionally say that that he also evades any sense of provisional totality within Kafka. But I'll think about it more, because I think it's an important question, and it helps me sort of understand also what the relationship between totality and completeness is. So thank you for that question, Leo.
We have another question here, this one from Brad Harmon at Johns Hopkins. This one I think is directed more towards Annie again, but I'm going to preface it with a less interesting question that I think brings it into dialogue with Michael, and that is that when you were describing the four-legged writing and those flailing legs in the air, I don't know if you can see this, but this image came to mind, this Kafka drawing that you've got on the cover of the German edition. Do you see what I'm holding up?
Yeah.
So we have the hind legs, mired in the mud there, and then the front legs flailing but not being able to find any ground. I've also always thought that this could be seen, I think it's a horse with a jockey on its back, a horse being flayed, but to me it also looks like a man. Here's his beard, and he's holding an axe of some sort, so that sort of duck rabbit image. Liliane is signaling that there's a new edition of previously unpublished drawings by Kafka forthcoming that's even more poignant. But so I love this image for that. I was wondering if you wanted to sort of reflect on that and use that as a way into thinking of the not entirely human, non-human, post-human sort of grotesque creatures of Kafka, and whether that has to do with gesture, if a move away from language into gesture is also a move away from the anthropological. A more interesting version of that question is what Brad poses, which is to take life out of it entirely. And he asks, and I will quote here, remarking on the notion that the collector/owner lives in the objects rather than the opposite, and that this is a most intimate relation, what more could be said about Benjamin concerning the libidinal investment in material inanimate objects as opposed to other humans or animate beings? So I'll ask you, or invite you both to reflect on that.
Annie, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Brad. That's a great question. One thing that initially came to mind, and perhaps this also takes us back to the Kafka essay, is Odradek and the kind of material inanimate objects. Odradek is this kind of liminal object, which I'm sure you probably know a lot more about by now, having read it in your seminar, Ian. So I'd be curious to hear what you guys talked about with Odradek, but as this kind of object that is suspended between being and non-being, between the human and the inanimate world, and the way that Kafka, or at least in Benjamin's reading of Kafka, he says at some point, I was looking for the quote, but I can't find it off the top of my head, where he says it's really the animals that speak. It's not the humans. That's where sort of Kafka is at his most compelling. And, he talks about how it's listening to the words of, what is it? Is it the badger or the mole in the burrow? Did we ever figure out what animal it is?
I don't think it's determined. It's certainly the ferocity of a badger. I don't know that moles are necessarily that aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's still up for debate, right? Yeah, so I think that helps us kind of understand how this inanimate world, which is exactly the world that I think Benjamin is also trying to showcase in the Arcades project, is where he sees this kind of intimacy. And that relationship is not a relationship of sort of commercial sort of enslavement to capitalism. For Benjamin, it's a kind of intimacy that's decoupled from a kind of economic fetishization, right? So it's a different kind of emotional investment that is outside of a kind of the capitalist reification of sort of shopping and arcades. And that's precisely, I think, why he uses the arcades as the locus of his investigation of the commodity, precisely because it's the stripping, it's the transformation of these kind of relations through the collector that allows him to sort of reanimate objects for sort of perhaps almost spiritual. I'm using that word now, sort of off the cuff, but for spiritual aims.
I would just to pick up just on that. Barbara Johnson makes a really wonderful observation of in her reading of the Passagenwerk, picking up on the tradition, the definition of commodity fetishism as reified relations among men and social relations among things. And she says Benjamin takes that seriously and says, so what would social relations among things look like? And a lot of, I think, Benjamin's writings, including the Kafka essay, has to do with taking that question seriously. So I don't think it, because the kind of rhetorical thrust in Marx is to kind of restore a kind of unreified relation to humans and a more dignified sense of social relations, all of which of course is to be maintained, but the kind of historical horizon that he's announcing and analyzing is, gee, what would social relations among things be? And I wouldn't even know what to call Odradek in this context. Certainly, there are, and I would defer to Dominik completely on Odradek, but it's certainly something that will survive. The fear of the house father is the survival of this. I think Benjamin refers to it at some point as just a refuse of string that kind of haunts the hallways and staircases of the house. Let me just stop there.
It also has no use value, right? In the household, it's a useless object, which is important for Benjamin because once again, even through the figure of the collector, he strips these objects from their use value to kind of re-engineer their relationships outside of these kind of economic relations. So for him, a collector is somebody who emancipates something from its use value in order to give it new meaning. So that's why also he says in the book collecting essay that the real book collector never reads his books. Which is deeply comforting to me, having a bookshelf of books which I have yet to read. So yes, but I think that helps us kind of understand the relationship between use value, perhaps, and Odradek's position in Kafka's work, or Benjamin's reading of Kafka's work.
I'm also going to take Michael's answer here and say that I defer to Dominik on all things Odradek, and in fact did defer to Dominik and had him come in and talk about Hamacher and Odradek in my class. So I didn't even teach it. I listened in the audience. That makes a good transition because Dominik had a couple of questions that he wanted to ask. So I will let him ask those, and then we'll have to wrap up in about 5 minutes. So I apologize to those questions that we didn't get to, but we have the panel at noon as well for those.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much, Michael and Annie, for two really excellent, thought-provoking papers. What a way to spend a Saturday morning. It's a weird feeling to be summoned every time someone mentions the word Odradek anywhere. But I just want to append a footnote to what Annie just said about Odradek's use value. At the same time, we would have to consider Odradek as uncollectible. On the one hand, because he's one of a kind, he doesn't fit in any collection, but on the other hand, because he's so nimble that you can't catch him. So you would never be able to fixate him. I had a couple of questions, and one for Michael. Annie, you touched upon already, namely, I was also entirely intrigued by this formulation of yours, Michael, namely, you were talking about how the cloudy spot calls for, and Annie quoted this, a demanding revolutionary practice of perpetual disorientation. And as Annie indicated, this being a revolutionary practice touches upon the question of politics. So it hints at the possibility of potentially deriving a kind of Kafkan politics from Benjamin's Kafka essay. But the question would then be, what does this politics look like, or what does this revolution look like? Because it would be, by definition, it would be a revolution in perpetual disorientation, as you said, a goalless revolution, and a revolution without doctrine, right? Because doctrine is the very thing that is missing. So this is just, I mean, Annie touched upon this already before, but I wanted to go there again because it really struck me. And the other thing that I found extremely thought-provoking in your paper, Michael, at the end was when you talked about, or you emphasized the violence of the gesture and how it breaks open spaces and how it takes up space and makes room. And on the one hand, one thinks about Benjamin's destructive character in this context, but on the other hand, I wonder if this taking space of the gesture is not on some level at odds with the parables that insist in so many instances on, small enclosed spaces, claustrophobic spaces like the burrow, like the enclosure of the law and before the law, like all the claustrophobic spaces throughout the trial and so on and so forth. So on the one hand, you have the breaking open of the gesture, and on the other hand, you have these monadic little spaces everywhere. And then for Annie, I was totally intrigued by this resistance that you observed on Benjamin's part in the Kafka essay toward the term allegory and the way in which he refuses to use it. And I was wondering if that has something to do with that dichotomy between allegory and symbol that you opened up in the beginning, where you, at one point you said, mortality is on the side of allegory and eternal life is on the side of symbol. And of course, you complicated this later on, but this is how it started. And I wonder if in Kafka, we can find tons of moments that elude precisely this and escape precisely this dichotomy that fall neither on the side of mortality nor on the side of eternal life. One thinks about the end of the judgment, for instance, with this seeming suicide or death verdict coinciding with the infinite traffic on the bridge, and then you have the survival of shame at the end of the trial, phrased as a hypothesis. You have Odradek already mentioned, whose finitude is questionable, Hunter Gracchus, and you have the deathless disappearance of Josephine, for instance, at the very end of Kafka's oeuvre. So all these moments, the weird thing about them is that they neither fall on the side of finitude, nor do they fall on the side of eternal life. And I wonder if you think that this has something to do with Benjamin's resistance toward deploying allegory in the Kafka essay, because things are so murky. Thank you so much.
Great. We have precisely, I think, 30 seconds, which I'm sure should be plenty to answer those very simple questions.
Let me jump in about politics and maybe just to focus the point, talk about Benjamin and Kafka and property relations, because I think that there's a perpetual movement in Benjamin's reading of Kafka, very deliberate in treating proper names as common nouns. For example, the only hope for the trial is that it doesn't turn into the judgment. And of course, he's talking about the text of the trial being endlessly prolonged insofar as it doesn't become the text, the judgment with the death sentence. But in the process, what's happening in the trial is that static relations, static roles are being divided up and superimposed so that someone who's an accused is also a judge, is also a defendant, is also a lawyer, and these roles come to be occupied multiply. The other, and Benjamin does the same thing with his citation of Forem Gazettes, which he cites one in its appearance as a separate parable in Der Landarzt, and the other time at the end of the trial. And I think what he's doing is to say the text is recontextualized in each of these occasions, and the one has to then be read through the other. So I think in terms of Benjamin's constantly working against titles and static texts and the delimitation of particular works and turning them into, his text is a kind of perpetual intertext that he reads Kafka as already performing, and that his own reading teases out and perpetuates much more in a much more consequential way. And that's, I think, in part what I was talking about in terms of this movement of perpetual disorientation. Let me just stop there.
Annie, last words on finitude or the lack thereof?
Last words are difficult. I'll just, maybe the last word I'll just mention, which I think picks up on this very interesting question by Dominik, and I unfortunately don't have time. Speaking of time and finitude, I lack the finitude or totality to answer the question, but one thing to think about is, in some way, I guess what I was trying to get at, and I don't really have a good answer why he never uses the word allegory. Like, I don't know why this term is so conspicuously absent from Benjamin in a time where he was focused so much on allegory and other parts of his work. And I could see it sort of suggestively echoed in a lot of the descriptions of specifically Kafka's landscape. And it almost seems to me that allegory is perhaps a better word than parable for the kind of movement that he's describing. And I wonder why Kafka, or why Benjamin is so invested in the word parable, even while he uses or admits its shortcomings. And I wonder, I don't have a good answer, but I wonder whether allegory might also help us sort of illuminate the kind of shortcomings of the word parable in getting to the kind of aporias, I guess, he's locating in Kafka's text. And then I would say one more thing about afterlives, which is, I think, where in some way, I think Benjamin is also getting us, which is that it's the afterlife of an object or the afterlife of a text in some ways that, at least to me, connects, a lot of sort of Benjamin's themes in both the storyteller, but also in the Arcades project, where that is the sort of, and perhaps that also takes us back to this kind of displacement that Michael Levine was talking about, which is that kind of, that by inhabiting the afterlife or taking over the afterlife of an object, we give it new meaning and sort of transformative context. Anyway, I'll end there because I know we're well over time. So thank you so much for those wonderful questions.
Thank you. Fortunately, we do have an afterlife for this panel in the next, which begins at noon. So thank you, Dominik, for those wonderful concluding questions, which I think will bridge into the next panel. Thanks to Michael and to Annie for these wonderful and thought-provoking papers. Thank you to the entire audience. I'm sorry that we didn't get to all of the questions, but I look forward to seeing you all back here at noon. We'll break now for lunch and see you then.
Welcome, or rather welcome back to today's colloquium, Elective Affinities, Reading Benjamin, Reading Kafka. I am Mimi Hacking, a PhD student here at the University of Pennsylvania in the Department of Germanic Languages and Literatures. And this afternoon, I take great honor and pleasure in introducing Liliane Weissberg, who will moderate our second panel today. Liliane Weissberg is Christopher H. Browne Distinguished Professor in Arts and Science and Professor of German and Comparative Literature here at the University of Pennsylvania. She has been a frequent visiting professor at universities in the United States, in Germany, in Austria, and in Switzerland, and the recipient of numerous awards, such as the Guggenheim Fellowship, the Berlin Prize of the American Academy in Berlin, and the Humboldt Research Prize for her life's work. Among her book publications are Hannah Arendt, Charlie Chaplin und die verborgene jüdische Tradition from 2009, Affinities wider Willen, Hannah Arendt, Theodor Adorno und die Frankfurter Schule from 2011, Über Haschis und Kabbala, Gershom Scholem, Siegfried Onseld und das Werk von Walter Benjamin from 2012, and of course nachträglich Grundlegend, der Kommentar als Denkform in der jüdischen Moderne von Hermann Cohen bis Jacques Derrida, with Andres Keisha from 2018. She is currently writing a book about the medium of the postcard that focuses on the work of Walter Benjamin. And it is thus with immense admiration I hand things over to you, Liliane.
Thank you very much, Mimi. The admiration is, of course, mutual. Mimi, I have to thank you not just for the introduction, but for the tremendous work that you are doing for this colloquium. And I also have to thank Ian Fleishman for putting all of this together and doing the intellectual work both in the seminar and in the conference preparation to make today's event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard in the first session a lot about an idea of finitude. And we should remember that while Benjamin's essay on Kafka was published in 1934, on the occasion of a very specific finitude, namely the anniversary of Kafka's death, it was not an essay that came into being without resonance beforehand. We know of Benjamin sending drafts to his friends and colleagues and responses by Siegfried Kracauer, Theodor Adorno, Ernst Bloch, and others. Something that Rolf Tiedemann in his edition has coined a Kafka symposium. So in some ways, there was a Kafka symposium before there was an essay on Kafka. And what Ian is continuing here is the tradition to think about Kafka now with the help and with the reading of Benjamin, and with the help of some other critics that have joined the symposium since, and we have heard from Michael, for sure, Werner Hamacher, and many others. It is my pleasure today to begin the afternoon colloquium by introducing our first speaker, Rochelle Tobias, who is a professor in the Department of German and Romance Languages at Johns Hopkins University. And for many years, she was the director of the German Subdivision and is now the director of the Max Kade Center for Modern German Thought, also at Hopkins. Rochelle is a specialist, is a scholar of literature and philosophy, precisely the interjunction of both of them, testing philosophical questions of literature and vice versa in poetry and prose. Among her publications that I would like to mention here is her book on the discourse of nature in the poetry of Paul Celan, published in 2006, her forthcoming book, Pseudo-Memoirs, The Imitation of Life in Modern German Fiction, forthcoming this year. She's also been the editor of Hölderlin's Philosophy of Nature, published recently, and Phenomenology to the Letter, Husserl and Literature. Together and alone, she is responsible for several special issues of the Modern Language Notes. For example, Benjamin, Scholem and the Marburg School, Religion and the State, German-Jewish Perspectives, and finally, What is Formalism? Her current work takes her to Rilke, Phenomenology and the Space of Consciousness, but also back to Kafka in a reconsideration of ethics, phenomenology, and Kafka's metamorphosis. I would at this point also like to introduce our second speaker. The second speaker who would follow in the Rochelle's talk is Dominik Zechner, of whom we have heard briefly already in the first sessions with his marvelous questions. Dominik Zechner is an assistant professor at Rutgers University. Before coming to Rutgers, he has studied German literature and literature in general and media, both in Vienna at New York University, and has actually written on Kafka in his dissertation. And that is very much to the point, the title of his work, The Survival of Literature. Since then, he has published very widely on contemporary literature and 20th century literature. But I also want to point out as a special issue also of the MLN that he has edited, entitled The Bestowal, What is a Prize? Before coming to Rutgers, Dominik has also been a fellow at Browne University. The way we want to proceed here is very much like the first, like the morning session. We would like to ask Rochelle to present her paper first, followed by Dominik and his paper. We will then have both of them respond to each other's papers before opening it up to a general discussion. For the general discussion, I would like to ask you to write your questions in the question and answer section here on Zoom. Please, not on chat, but in the question and answer section. If you would like to appear and ask your question on the video screen, please let me know as well, although we are in time constraints and I can't promise that we can get everybody on the screen. So the safer thing is always to ask the question in question and answer. So it's time to turn to Rochelle. Rochelle, may I ask you please for your paper, which has the wonderful title, Bliss, Forgetfulness, and the Prehistoric World in Kafka and Benjamin. Thank you so much, Rochelle. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Liliane, for that incredibly gracious introduction. And I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Ian Fleishman for inviting me to participate in this forum. I have always found Benjamin's essay on Kafka to be elusive and allusive, inspiring and frustrating at the same time, because I never seem to be able to catch hold of it. And while I'm not sure that I have managed to catch hold of it this time either, at least I feel a lot more comfortable in the muddle. My paper this afternoon takes off from many of the themes that were discussed in the morning session, including Michael Levine's analysis of bearing and Annie Pfeiffer's then account of allegory and debris. So I hope that we can continue the discussion that started there into the afternoon. Bliss, forgetfulness, and the prehistoric world in Kafka and Benjamin. In Untimely Meditations, Nietzsche tells a story about ruminating animals, presumably cows, that would seem to presage Kafka's work. I quote, "Consider the herd, grazing as they pass you by. A human being may well ask an animal, 'Why do you not speak to me of your happiness, but only stand and gaze at me?' The animal would like to answer and say, 'The reason is I always forget what I was going to say.' But then he forgot his answer too and stayed silent." Cows enjoy a bliss that is all but unimaginable for human beings because of their uncanny ability to forget. Such at least would seem to be the import of this passage, which reads like a fable with a clear didactic purpose. And yet this interpretation misses the point of the story almost entirely. Forgetting is not a tool we use, nor a strength we marshal in difficult circumstances. It is not a device or mechanism available to us. One can never become a skilled or capable forgetter like Nietzsche's ruminating cows. Rather, forgetting happens to us. It takes place without our knowledge or consent, and this is why we need tales, to imagine what otherwise escapes us. I hear in Nietzsche's parable an echo of what Benjamin calls the prehistoric world, or what could be translated as the world before the world, the Vorwelt, in Kafka. This is the region to which a host of marginal figures in Kafka's fiction belong: assistants, messengers, absent-minded old men, and young scholars. One might even place the character Potemkin, whom Benjamin introduces at the outset of his essay, in this group, given Potemkin's absent gaze and seeming somnambulance. Benjamin's portrayal of Potemkin leaves little doubt that he is in a sleep-like state, unaware of himself, moving, yet hardly conscious. And I quote, "In semi-darkness, Potemkin was sitting on his bed in a threadbare nightshirt, biting his nails. Potemkin gave the intruder a vacant stare. Then, as though in sleep, he started to sign," and this assigned the documents that Chulvakin had brought into him, thinking that Potemkin would sign his own name, and instead he signs it Chulvakin. In one of the many instances of Orientalism in this essay, though the sole one to refer to Hindu legends, Benjamin compares the shadowy figures that populate Kafka's text to the Gandharvas, whom he describes as unfinished creatures, beings draped in fog. In this, they mirror Kafka's own description of himself as a being not yet born. In January 1922, for example, Kafka writes in his journal, "The hesitation before birth. If there is a transmigration of souls, then I am still at the lowest level." And he follows this observation up 2 months later with the comment, "Not yet born and already compelled to walk around on streets and talk to men." To not yet be born and yet be forced to participate in the world is to be a marginal figure with no fraternal bonds, no filial attachments, no place in the community. Benjamin picks up on Kafka's perception of himself as a peripheral and still gestating being when characterizing the messengers in his text as figures that have not yet been fully released, quote, "from the womb of nature," end quote. In spite of their presence in this world, his messengers still have a foot in another realm, which Benjamin identifies with the maternal body, the womb of nature, albeit not the body of an individual mother, since they are not yet members of a nuclear family. Rather, the messengers in Kafka's work are still attached by a symbolic umbilical cord to nature. And it is important to underscore that this is a nature before the fall, which is also before all judgment and all discussions of sin and redemption. Judgment arises with the fall. Although Benjamin does not make this point directly in the Kafka essay, he implies as much when he, for example, declares, quote, "Even the world of myth is incomparably younger than Kafka's world, which has been promised redemption by myth." The temporal aspects of this statement are worth attending to, as they contain in abbreviated form the relation of myth to an archaic past that nonetheless persists despite myth's efforts to replace it. Myth, on the one hand, is a latter-day invention. It arrives after the fact to provide order to a chaotic universe in which there are no hierarchies, no unequal distribution of power. On the other hand, myth claims for itself the privilege and power to judge and to promise salvation to a world it condemns as fallen. The advent of myth changes forever how nature appears to us. Whatever shape it may have had before myth, whatever majesty it might have possessed, it now appears as refuse in the two senses of the term, both as the items we discard and those we refuse to recognize as things of value. Nature, following the arrival of myth, makes itself felt, if it is felt at all, as the bits and pieces of thread wound around the spool that is Odradek in cares of a house father, or the dust and remnants of food that stick to Gregor Samsa's back in the Metamorphosis. It is useful in this context to recall that the depressed Potemkin Benjamin refers to in the first section of his essay is the highest ranking officer in the imperial Russian government. In his decrepit and soiled state, stripped of all symbols of power, he serves as the living embodiment of the phrase eki homo. This is man, a creature indistinguishable from all other animals. Myth distorts nature. Whatever it cannot absorb into its system of value or alternatively suppress, it classifies as debris not worthy of our attention. And I quote, "Odradek is the form which things assume in oblivion, Vergessenheit. They are distorted. The cares of a family man, which no one can identify, are distorted. The bug, which we know all too well represents Gregor Samsa, is distorted," end quote. What triggers the transformation of the giving world into something misshapen and negligible that cannot be redeemed is an accident that assumes the magnitude of a transgression or even original sin. Benjamin draws on a structure from the theory of tragedy to analyze the transgression, which establishes the law not only as a written code, but as a supreme power. I quote, "Laws and definite norms remain unwritten in the prehistoric world. A man can transgress them without knowing it and then must strive for atonement. But no matter how hard it may hit the unsuspecting, the transgression in the sense of the law, im Sinne des Rechts, is not an accident, but fate. Nicht Zufall, sondern Schicksal, which appears here in all its ambiguity. In a side glance at the idea of fate in antiquity, Hermann Cohen came to the conclusion, the very rules of fate seem to be what causes and brings about the breaking away from them, the defection. In German, the term is Abfall, end quote. I've cited the passage in full owing to the complicated relation of terms which Benjamin presents in characteristically elliptical fashion. Whatever implicit legislation existed in the prehistoric world, it cannot be reconstructed after the fact, since the explicit law that takes its place changes it retroactively. Benjamin indicates as much when he notes that in the sense of law, im Sinne des Rechts, an accident or Zufall becomes fate. The established law turns and distorts contingencies into ontological predicates. Hermann Cohen's insight that fate produces aberrations from its order is consistent with this point. Fate generates Abfall, both refuse and departures from the norm. It needs a fallen nature over which it can exercise authority. In short, it needs a guilty party. The great misfortune of Kafka's heroes is that they find themselves condemned for reasons never disclosed to them. A mere misstep or accident, Zufall, defines their fate. And in spite of their best efforts, they never learn what that misstep is and how they can redress it. They are to this extent still innocent, as Benjamin implies in quoting the following passage from the trial. Quote, "It is characteristic of this legal system that one is sentenced not only in innocence, but also in ignorance," end quote. At the same time, they are guilty in the eyes of the law and subject to whatever punishment the law metes out. It is a punishment not only of Kafka's heroes, but of the prehistoric world, which persists in them, even if, or perhaps because, they are unaware of it. Benjamin draws attention to the historical, if not cosmic, dimensions of Joseph K's case. The proceeding against him, quote, "takes us back beyond the time of the giving of the law on 12 tablets to a prehistoric world, written law being one of the first victories scored over this world. In Kafka, the written law is contained in law books, but these are secret. By basing itself on them, the prehistoric world exerts its rule all the more ruthlessly." I'm hoping that someone in the question and answer can explain to me what the 12 tablets of the law were. I thought that Moses brought down 2 tablets from Mount Sinai, but I could be mistaken. In any event, I will not claim to understand the quoted passage in its entirety, but would point out the intricate relation between the prehistoric world and the law that follows it. The written law, which for Benjamin always emerges with myth, sits in judgment of the prehistoric world. Indeed, it is victorious over it. The victory, however, is not absolute, as can be seen in the continued exercise of the prehistoric world's power in those places where it operates in secret. It would be tempting to say that the prehistoric world operates within the law, subverting and perverting its ends, which would be consistent with Benjamin's observation that the written law in the trial is never made public and as a result can be invoked without restraint. This interpretation would account for the numerous dialectical reversals we see in Kafka's texts. The authority which should be transparent turns out to be opaque. The sphere which should be governed by reason proves to be arbitrary. Justice, which should be even-handed, shows itself to be unjust. And finally, the innocent usher in their own guilt by asking why they have been accused of a crime. The latter reversal is nothing but a more generalized statement of the relation of father and son. According to Benjamin, the son is guilty not because of any wrongdoing, but because of an accusation he makes. An accusation that ends up being the truth, though it is not to be stated explicitly. At issue is who is responsible for original sin. And although the son is born after the father, he bears this burden. For in his very existence, he is a reminder of, quote, the sin of having produced an heir, die Sünde, einen Erben gemacht zu haben, which is Benjamin's derivation of the German term for original sin, Erbsünde. Seen in this light, the son is doubly burdened or twice accursed. On the one hand, as the heir or issue of another, he is what Freud and on narcissism called a link in a chain, in which a family persists, albeit at the expense of its individual members, who are mortal and limited to one generation. On the other hand, to reproach another for his misfortune is to commit the sin of assigning blame, which is possible only in a post-lapsarian world in which everyone is already guilty. This is why to accuse someone for one's misfortune is a transgression in Benjamin's analysis. It is to deny the culpability one bears as a fallen creature condemned to misfortune from the beginning. It is interesting to recall in this context that the first question Augustine poses in the Confessions is, when was I innocent? For Benjamin, as for Kafka, the father and son are caught in a perpetual struggle in which they alternate positions, at one time the cause, at another the effect, and what proves to be more grievous than the sin that launches historical time is the sin of exposing this fall, this Zufall that becomes destiny. It is for this reason that I am skeptical of the idea that the prehistoric world overcomes the law by undermining it from within. Such a strategy, it seems to me, does not destabilize, but perpetuates myth, extending the order in which the father takes revenge on the son as myth takes revenge on its predecessor, nature. Benjamin himself would seem to recognize this danger when he recalls a conversation Kafka had with Max Brod on the subject of hope. In response to Brod's question whether there is hope for the world, Kafka famously quips, "Oh, plenty of hope, an infinite amount of hope, but not for us." Benjamin interprets this statement to mean that hope is limited to those who have escaped the spell, ban of the family, which turns out to be an astonishingly small circle. Neither Gregor Samsa nor Odradek belongs to it. Not even the animals that populate Kafka's work are members of this tribe. Benjamin also excludes moths and butterflies, Gespinstwesen, from this community, which is noteworthy given that the hunter Gracchus identifies himself as a butterfly. I will return to this point later in the paper. Hope remains only for the assistants of whom Benjamin states they fall outside this ring. What is this ring and what does it mean to fall outside it? In the context of the passage, the ring refers to the family, but the statement allows for a more general interpretation. Those who escape the ring, yoke, or spell of the family also escape destiny, which Benjamin defines in the treatise on Goethe's Elective Affinities as the web, quote, the web of guilt connecting the living, end quote. The treatise on Goethe was published in 1924, the same year as Kafka's death, and the Kafka essay could be said to honor the 10th anniversary of this truly seminal piece in Benjamin's writing, as it does the 10th anniversary of Kafka's death. To escape the yoke of the family is to hover in a realm in which there is no original sin and no guilt, no judgment or myth. Nietzsche's herd of ruminators partake of this bliss. They do so by forgetting, which occupies a prominent place in Benjamin's essay. Oblivion is the fertile ground out of which Kafka's characters emerge. And I quote from the Benjamin essay, "Everything forgotten mingles with what has been forgotten of the prehistoric world, forms countless uncertain and changing liaison, Verbindungen, yielding a constant flow of new, strange offspring and spawn, Ausgeburten. Oblivion is the container from which the inexhaustible intermediate world in Kafka's stories press toward the light," end quote. The sexual overtones in this passage, in which things are said to mingle with each other and form casual liaisons, are as unmistakable as the metaphor of pregnancy. Forgetfulness is not merely a container or repository for Kafka's fiction. It is a womb in which ideas and matters gestate as spawn, Ausgeburten. The passage recalls Benjamin's earlier characterization of Kafka's messengers as creatures that have not yet been fully released from the womb of nature. Here, as there, it is the incompleteness of these creatures that make them the harbingers of a world to come, a world which, even in the light of day, would seem to be shrouded in fog. Elsewhere in the essay, Benjamin, as we've heard already today, refers to the region as a swamp world and a bog floor, Moorboden, which resonates, among other things, with several theories of the origins of life, including Charles Darwin's theory that life originates in, quote, some warm little pond, unquote, with the perfect combination of chemical elements. Whether Benjamin is alluding to Darwin with his swamp world matters little. More important in this context is that the archaic world returns as a possible future in forgetfulness. This future admittedly is not always greeted with joy. More often than not, it is in fact met with dread, because it is still seen in the sense of the law, im Sinne des Rechts, to quote from a previously mentioned passage. Kafka's creative process, Benjamin tells us, is guided by prehistoric forces that he could not make present to himself. I quote, "Only this much is certain. He did not know them and failed to get his bearings among them. In the mirror which the prehistoric world held up to him in the form of guilt, he merely saw the future emerging in the form of justice." Past and future meet in this passage in the most astonishing manner, in which Kafka is said to turn backwards to guilt, to look forwards to the form of justice, or what is equally plausible, to look forwards to glance back. The swirl of perspectives in the passage notwithstanding, one thing is clear. Kafka does not face the prehistoric world as if it were an object before him. He stares into a mirror in which he sees past guilt as future judgment and prior trespasses as destiny. In the figure of one, he sees the figure of the other because they are reversible terms. As long as there is guilt, there will be judgment and vice versa, since the two are nothing but images of the prehistoric world, which can never be an object, as it cannot be divided from anything else. In other words, guilt and judgment are two sides of the same coin, which is never evident in itself and which can only be seen in its opposite, that is, its inverted mirror image. We will see this doubling again in the essay, albeit as a double or mirror image that is not recognized as such and which as a result can open to something we cannot comprehend, judge, salvage, or offer salvation to. The prehistoric world is, to put it somewhat cheekily, where it has always been. It has neither faded into the past nor ceded its place, and yet we routinely miss it when we search for it. Indeed, we miss it because we search for it. Case struggled to find Clam in the castle is but one instance of this vain effort. The hunter Gracchus's dilemma is much the same. He fails to reach the netherworld he seeks because the wind driving his ship keeps him from his destination. In both cases, it is not a misdeed that thwarts their efforts, but something more basic, the misrecognition that they are already in the prehistoric world, or the world before the world, and do not need to search for it. For Benjamin and for Kafka, we are always in the Garden of Eden, but unable to recognize it, not because our faculties are too weak, but in fact because they are too strong. Our abilities trap us in what Benjamin will call a world of myth, in which our only mode of attending to things is to judge them. What Kafka's fiction enables us to imagine, and in so doing teaches us, is another form of attention in blissful forgetfulness. This is Malebranche's idea of attention as the natural prayer of the soul, with the emphasis on the word natural. As noted at the outset of this paper, forgetting is not something we will, and this makes it an all but unnarratable event. That Benjamin attempts to narrate it in the final section of the essay is thus all the more remarkable, even as he downplays his discovery. The topic comes up in a reflection on the alienation of modern man, which would seem out of place in an essay in which the social context of Kafka's writing is otherwise ignored. And yet it is in this passage on our technologically mediated relation to ourselves that Benjamin is able to provide a rare glimpse into the pleasure of being unaware, the joy of not having to be conscious. I quote, "The invention of motion pictures and the phonograph came in an age of maximum alienation of men from one another, of unpredictably intervening relationships which have become their only ones. Man does not recognize his own gait on film or his own voice on the phonograph. The situation of the test subject in such experiments is Kafka's situation. This is what leads him to study, where he may encounter fragments of his own existence, fragments that are still within the context of the role. He might catch hold of the lost gestus, as Peter Schlemiel caught hold of the shadow he had sold. He might understand himself, but what enormous effort would be required? It is a tempest that blows from forgetting, and study is a cavalry attack against it." The metaphors in this passage are really just astonishing. I've quoted the passage at length because it is one of the few instances in the essay where Benjamin tells a story about Kafka, by which I mean a story in which he imagines Kafka as a character and speculates how he lived. What could potentially be an intoxicating experience becomes in his narration a tragedy. Not to recognize your voice in a recording or your gait in a film does not necessarily have to be a sign of alienation. Or if so, it should be doubled. For the alienation at issue here is alienation from oneself, a self produced through an act of alienation in which one is separated from nature, expelled from the garden, and condemned as guilty before having committed any act. Separation from separation, estrangement from estrangement could be the heading of this narrative if one wants to read it as a fable. The technical mediation of film and the phonograph confronts us with versions of ourselves as real, not idealized bodies, as nature, not myth. This accounts for the estrangedness of the experience of the self, or is it of the other, in various media. We do not know if Kafka went to the cinema to study himself, as Benjamin claims, only that he went frequently and enjoyed it. For all his similarities with his protagonists, especially in their names, Kafka expressed little identification with them in his diaries, which would suggest that the pleasure in writing was the pleasure of becoming other, of forgetting oneself, and of being attentive to whatever presented itself without being summoned. Benjamin pictures Kafka as a scholar engaged in a prolonged but futile battle with forgetting. But as readers, it is hard not to see this depiction as a projection on Benjamin's, the scholar's, part. In his portrait of Kafka, we find a portrait of Benjamin, laboring with his prodigious intellect to batten down the hatches of memory as the tempest of forgetting wipes away all fixtures. I do not mean to suggest with this reading that Benjamin is a tragic figure. Quite the contrary, in not recognizing himself, in losing himself in the portrait he paints, he experiences the freedom of being disembodied, of taking flight, and of being transported that Kafka captured in his wish to be an Indian. I quote, "If one were only an Indian, instantly alert and on a racing horse, leaning against the wind, kept on quivering jerkily over the quivering ground until one shed one's spurs, for there were no spurs, threw away the reins, for there were no reins, and hardly saw that the land before one was smoothly shorn heath, when horse's neck and head would already be gone." Because so much of Kafka's fiction hinges on falling asleep at the wrong moment, falling through doorways, and especially falling for false idols, we pay less attention to the instances of flight in which a character, like the anonymous writer in Kafka's Wish, become weightless and escape the encumbrances of daily life. This is the metamorphosis at stake in Kafka's fiction, and we witness it even in his darkest tales, as in the hunter Gracchus, who is condemned to travel eternally the waters of the earth because his death barge fails to take him to the underworld. Yet he is, as he tells us, also a butterfly. And who would want to disagree that the tale delivers him and us to the heights of freedom? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rochelle. I'm sorry, it took a moment to get to unmute myself. We have heard about the weightlessness of language and the weightlessness of objects this morning and now. And Annie has given us a little bit weight in a kind of paradoxical dialectics because of the objects that are part of this material culture as well, that can become weightless at any moment. But Rochelle, you have pointed us to something very important, that the question of reading Kafka cannot proceed without a rumination, a thinking about what narrative and telling stories may mean. And that is not only a process in Kafka to be considered, but of course at the center of Benjamin's work. We will continue with Dominik Zechner now, whose paper, At Least Two, Benjamin's Kafka and the Temporality of Gesture, will bring us back to the gesture with which we started this morning with Michael's talk. Thank you, Dominik. It's your turn.
Thank you so much, Liliane, for these generous words. And thanks to everyone really at the University of Pennsylvania who made this event possible, especially Ian Fleishman, of course, and his grad students Mimi and Matt and Sam and Jonah for their technical support, and all my fellow panelists really in our little panel or penal colony here. I remember in the early stages of planning this event, Ian made it a point to think regionally, seeking to bring together local talent, quote unquote, in Philadelphia to think about Kafka and Benjamin. And while it is quite regrettable that we're not together in person, I'm nonetheless very, very honored by the invitation to speak in such a distinguished forum and to share my thoughts on Benjamin and Kafka with you. I initially meant to write a paper about the hermeneutic confusion caused by the strange title of this event. And as we learned this morning, I think I wasn't the only one who fell prey to this confusion. Elective Affinities reading Benjamin reading Kafka, for isn't that a different Benjamin essay? Elective Affinities? And isn't the eclipsed signifier here the name of Goethe, occupied and overshadowed by Franz Kafka, who, as some of you may know, never got to realize his own planned essay about Goethe's terrible nature, his entsetzliches Wesen. But I soon changed my mind and tried to refocus on the question of what it means to read someone reading. In Benjamin's case, this question is even more complicated because we never really witness Benjamin reading per se, because there's always someone who already read Benjamin reading, already posed the question, already followed the path, deciphered the trace. Hence, when we read Benjamin, we not only read him reading others, be it Goethe, be it Kafka, we also inevitably read the great readers of his, Benjamin's own work, from Adorno to Arendt, from Weber to Fenves, from Derrida to Levine, from Buck-Morse to Pfeifer, and so on, and so on. When it comes to Benjamin's Kafka essay, however, one reader who definitely stands out as unavoidable is Werner Hamacher, and Michael already mentioned him this morning. His essay titled "The Gesture and the Name" is path-breaking in numerous ways, and in my case, it's the one reading I simply cannot shake when I read Benjamin reading Kafka. I cannot, in the context of this paper, reconstruct to you the various moves Hamacher makes in the course of his argument. I just would like to remind you of the way in which he insists on the problem of gesture with respect to Benjamin's perspective on Kafka and its connection to what Benjamin calls the cloudy spot or wolkige Stelle, characterizing Kafka's parables. Gestures or cloudy spots, and we discussed some of this morning already, are moments that refuse to be brought to presentation. And in consequence, they're impossible to cognize. These moments lie beyond the sphere of linguistic transparency as they lack a positive semantic function within the economy of the text, as Hamacher argues. The reason his reading is so decisive, however, is because it shifts the locus of the gesture from the parable to the sphere of names, superimposing it onto a profound onomastics. So the study of names, a profound onomastics that demonstrates how the gesture subversion of presentation is operative not only within Kafka's parables, which serves as the stage, which serve as the stage for Benjamin's main insights, but in the names connected to the distorted bodies that populate Kafka's world, not least the name Kafka itself. If the principle of the name is shared with that of the parabolic cloudy spot, an onomastic investigation will have to yield similar results as an analysis of the parable. And indeed, both the parabolic and the onomastic gesture can be said that they mean that they do not mean. And I can say more about the structure of meaning not to mean later on during discussion, perhaps. It is thereby critical to understand that Hamacher's agenda in putting his focus on the name is not to privilege the onomastic over the parabolic in order to point out that in order to point out a blind spot with respect to Benjamin's argument, as though the actual or essential location of the cloudy spot were in the name instead of the parable. Rather, Hamacher's intervention is so felicitous because it succeeds in breaking open the concept of gesture, just like the gesture itself breaks open, as Michael reminded us this morning, breaking open the concept of gesture in such a way that it becomes irreducible to the parabolic and the parable's staged and exaggerated motions. In this sense, Hamacher's essay functions as an invitation further to refine our understanding of the gestural, and in refining it, finding it elsewhere than in the parabolic, elsewhere than in the onomastic, elsewhere than on the stage of Benjamin's world theater, and otherwise than a spottable cloudy spot. For a cloudy spot amongst elements that carry a semantic function is still in danger of being coerced into representation, if only negatively. Taking up this invitation further to unfold the gestural in Kafka and Benjamin, I propose for the remainder of my paper to dwell on an issue upon which Hamacher only briefly touches, and whose treatment in Benjamin, as I shall demonstrate momentarily, is prone to some misunderstanding. I'm referring to the problem of time and the question concerning the gesture's specific temporality. And I'm very glad that Rochelle already laid some of the groundwork in this regard. If one were to look for breakpoints and non-congruent movements separating Hamacher's reading from Benjamin's quote-unquote original endeavor, the problem of temporality would no doubt figure among the possibilities. In fact, Hamacher veers away from Benjamin a few times. For instance, when admonishing him for upholding a normative understanding of the body, as Benjamin emphasizes the distorted dimensions of corporeality in Kafka. Another such point of fracture would be his rejection, Hamacher's rejection of Benjamin's definition of Odradek as, quote, the form which things assume in oblivion. Hamacher contends that, quote, one can also say and argue on better philological grounds that Odradek is the name that withdraws from the law of naming, end of quote. While this emphatically philological reading of Odradek as onomastic sign ostensibly stays closer to Benjamin's principle of the gestural and the cloudy spot, Hamacher's rejection of the problem of oblivion, what Benjamin calls Vergessenheit, bears on a larger eclipse that has to do with the question of time. In general, one observes that Hamacher privileges Kafka's onomastic signifiers over the bodies by which they are carried and whom they mark. Hence, he privileges the signature over the life form it underwrites. In consequence, questions concerning lifetime and finitude are not really central to his analysis. The only temporal aspect on which Hamacher dwells at some length is related to his interpretation of Kafka's modernity, which he reads as escaping the law of continuity on which a vulgar understanding of modernity is based. Such vulgar understanding depicts modernity as a continuous series of failure and renewal, but this continuity is bound to collapse through what Benjamin terms the falling ill of tradition. This odd kind of illness is connected to the gestural in such a way that it marks a caesura within historical experience, which means that instead of connecting the past to the present, Kafka's prose introduces a disconnect, thus provoking a situation in which it becomes impossible to carry a past truth or a doctrine over into the future. The impact of this caesura lies at the heart of the structure of the parabolic, in that it makes it impossible for the parable to let its doctrine arrive. In other words, if doctrine qua transmissible meaning functions as the critical relay between tradition and modernity, Kafka's prose actively disables this relay, namely in such a way that doctrine may be anticipated, but its meaning must not arrive. Hence, the reader experiences a historical displacement, a disconnect of epochal proportions, the epoche of history, if you will, a falling ill of tradition, its transmission of something hopelessly untransmittable. To return to my central concern, namely the problem of temporality, I think it is safe to argue that it's only through this motif of a history without historical content, without a transmissible meaning, whose passing on would establish a secure connection and continuity between past, present, and future, that Hamacher takes seriously, to use his own turn of phrase, the temporal dimension of Kafka's gestures. It's also from this sight of a ruinous law of continuity, a tradition fallen ill, and a history void of history, that Hamacher can anticipate through Benjamin's Kafka the kind of futurity that will escape the law of presentation. It's, quote, in the disintegration of presentation, he argues, that something else, something hitherto unknown and unprecedented, is preparing itself. The logic behind this anticipation is firm. Once the law of presentation and its guiding principle of historical continuity are interrupted, the future must fail to conform to the hitherto transmitted patterns of cognition and experience. This escape from any pre-given model bestows an umbrage of alterity upon what's to come. Future arising from a crack in presentation. Future taking form in the void of content that is pure transmissibility. It's these vast epochal historical considerations to which Hamacher's reading relegates the problem of temporality. Yet there is more to discover about the temporal logic of gesture itself, the time of the cloudy spot, if you will, and the way in which it interferes with the present just as much as it interrupts presentation. If we now take a closer look at Benjamin himself, we see that things stand quite differently in his 1934 essay. A cursory look suffices to discern that reference to the temporal and different layers of temporality permeate the text, that the essay is rife with markers of time and temporal relations reaching from the macro logic of traditions falling ill to the minute situations in which, quote, decrepit officials abruptly and strikingly, auf einmal unvermittelt, appear in the fullness of their power. From the student's learning, whose industriousness may someday open the gate of justice, to the before-mentioned form which things assume in oblivion that Benjamin recognizes in the body of Odrodek. It is precisely this steady insistence on vergessen and Vergessenheit, forgetting, forgetfulness, oblivion, that characterizes Benjamin's argument throughout. Forgetting and forgetfulness in themselves describe a temporal relation, if a remarkably precarious one. Forgetting, one could say, establishes a negative link between two or more layers of time. One could argue that forgetting is remembrance without content. Forgetting remembers that it does not remember. What can easily be misconstrued, however, is that the temporal complexity of these movements of forgetting we find scattered throughout Benjamin's argument. It lies in the nature of forgetting to mark a loss whose referent is located in the past. Rarely do we think of forgetting as oriented toward the future. More often does it describe a severed relation to what has been, a disturbance, an interruption, a disturbance and interruption disconnecting a given present from a vanished past. At first glance, Benjamin seems to rely on such a conventional understanding of oblivion's temporality, especially if we consider the main object of forgetfulness in Kafka, namely the peculiar sphere for which Benjamin reserves the term Vorwelt, the pre-world, archaic world, prehistoric world, whence Kafka's creatures found their way to us. What has been forgotten, Benjamin clarifies in the penultimate section of his essay, is never something purely individual. Everything forgotten mingles with that, with what has been forgotten of the prehistoric world, Vorwelt. End of quote. We thus learn that the processes of forgetting that underpin Kafka's prose are never reducible to the subjective consciousness of a given identifiable individual. Rather, they refer to an oblivion greater than any local instance of forgetting could encompass. An oblivion stemming from and referring to a strange kind of prehistory, an archaic world that is not ours, but which, through Kafka's stories, is somehow able to disturb our present time. Benjamin makes reference to this prehistoric world throughout his essay, as we learned from Rochelle Tobias before. And I would like to suggest that its semantic insistence on a realm of sheer antecedents suggested by the prefix for or pre makes the argument vulnerable to misunderstanding. For the idea of an ancient world that relates to the reader's present through a process of forgetfulness, at least to some extent, seems to adhere to the possibility of a simple separation between present and past. What is more, it seems to construe Kafka's prose as subject to a backward-oriented poetics whose regard for the future would be negligible compared to its investment in exploring the remembrance of a forgotten prehistory in Kafka's present. Some of Benjamin's formulations seem to confirm such a reading. If we, for instance, take a look at the first mention of this all-determining Vorwelt in his essay, we get the impression that the temporality at stake in Kafka is firmly one of pastness, located at an extreme remove from the European forms of peak civilization, which had just survived their first and were already anticipating a Second World War during the time of Kafka's and Benjamin's missed encounter. The following remarks are made in the context of Kafka's insistence on the law's opacity, which makes it possible for someone like Joseph K. to be sentenced, quote, not only in innocence, but also in ignorance, end of quote. Benjamin draws the following conclusion, and I quote, "We are taken back far beyond the time of the giving of the law on 12 tables to a prehistoric world, written law being one of the first victories scored over this world. In Kafka, the written law is contained in books, but these are secret. By basing itself on them, the prehistoric world exerts its rule all the more ruthlessly. It is hard to understate how radically this claim impacts any possible understanding of the law in Kafka. If the prehistoric world takes us back to a time prior to any written law, the opacity and obscurity of Kafka's law, as manifested, for example, in the parable before the law, lose their hermeneutic prerogative. For in our ignorance vis-a-vis the law, it is thus less a problem for our ignorance vis-a-vis the law is thus less a problem of the signifier's withdrawal or its idiom's unreadability, as Jacques Derrida argued, than it is due to the law's as of yet unwritten character. In other words, it's not so much that we do not understand the law, but that this lack of understanding is contingent on the laws not yet having been written. The law is inaccessible to us because its location is situated prior to the triumph of written law over the prehistoric world. The initially raised question concerning presentation thus also undergoes a shift. For if the law is yet to be written, the blackout of its presentability is less due to an interruption than owed to the law's unscripted form. It is not presentable because the triumph of presentation has not yet taken place. The presentational disconnect that causes the so-called falling ill of tradition would therefore be nothing inherently modern. Instead of being affected by an interruption of and in the present, tradition would be displaced from itself already prior to its very inception in the Vorwelt. In other words, if the cloudy spot is related to this prehistoric world, and if this world takes place prior to the presentational intervention of any written law, Kafka's modernity is inherently archaic, essentially prehistoric. It interrupts its own presentation from before its beginnings. It is perhaps the powerful possibility of such misprision that guided Theodor Adorno's admonition in a famous letter from December 1934, in which he detects in Benjamin certain, quote, symptoms of archaic enthrallment, Symptome der archaischen Befangenheit, the unexplicated character of the mythical dialectic, end of quote. This critique, which Benjamin no doubt invites with his conceptual decisions, is, however, in danger of letting his perspective deteriorate into the vulgar platitude of designating Kafka's modernity as regressive and anachronistic, backward-oriented and primitive, as it fails to profess the necessary appreciation for the intricate sense of temporality at play in Benjamin's formulations. Only a bad reading could take the prehistoric world of which Kafka speaks for granted, in order to locate in it the moments of forgetfulness whose power in turn would be responsible for the decisive interruptive quality of Kafka's modernity. Instead of viewing Vorwelt as a pre-given historical mythical category, the task one is summoned to carry out when reading Benjamin's essay lies in explicating an understanding of prehistory as the name of the specific paradoxical temporality that marks Kafka's gestural poetics. Prehistory then would not determine a nameable, identifiable epoch subject to historical experience and cognition, the world as it once was, the world before the world, nature, but it would form the index of a temporal dynamic that would characterize the time and the temporal complexities of Kafka's caesuras, interruptions, cloudy spots, and gestural processes. Prehistoric would be the attribute of the temporal speck that would interfere with the present in order to stop it from presencing. Consider the following passage, wherein Benjamin determines Kafka's critique of the category of progress, taking up once again the motif of an archaic world. Quote, Kafka did not consider the age in which he lived as an advance over the beginnings of time. His novels are set in a swamp world. The fact that it is now forgotten does not mean that it does not extend into the present. On the contrary, it is actual by virtue of its very oblivion. End of quote. Benjamin's essay is replete with formulations such as these. They are notoriously hard to unpack precisely due to the seemingly aporetic temporality that they indicate. What at other points Benjamin calls prehistoric world here is termed swamp world, situated at the beginnings of time. The crux about this obsolete, antiquated, ultra-ancient sphere, however, is precisely that it is not radically removed from the present, but to the contrary, that it invades and overlaps with the present. The mode of its invasion is called forgetting. One could argue that the swamp world, which Benjamin discerns in Kafka, functions as a kind of unconscience of the present. It affects the entire content of this present, determines this present from within, from underneath, yet only in such a way that its guise itself cannot claim presence. That Kafka's present presents a prehistoric world in the mode of its oblivion means that it presents merely the inability of presenting that which by definition withdraws from presentation. In other words, it is not the neat separation of temporal spheres, past and present, and therefore the phantasm of an epochal temporal continuity that determines Kafka's prose, but the sheer simultaneity of temporal spheres, their congruence so fitting, so intense, that the present of the one blurs and disables the presencing of the other. A lot seems to hinge then on how we read and understand Benjamin's concept of forgetfulness as the mode in which the prehistoric world may extend into the present. Rather than marking a sheer and irretrievable loss, forgetfulness, forgetting, and oblivion describe predicaments of representation. Rather than indicating a simple negativity, vergessen has the positive value of reaching into the present without, however, coming to presence in any meaningful way. For this reason, it is also the case that Benjamin can allow forgotten objects nonetheless to take form. I quote again, Odradek is the form which things assume in oblivion. Yet this form must cease to signify, it must mean without meaning and carry a name that refuses to name. Hamacha rejects the category of oblivion, instead philologically to account for this disturbance through the withdrawal of positive semantic value. Such withdrawal, however, is provoked not by the sheer absence of semantic positivity, but by its overdetermination, so much so that one could argue that the cloudy spot in Kafka, be it of an onomastic or a parabolic nature, simply means too much, coherently to mean anything at all. Hamacha's preferred rhetorical register to signpost such surplus is the phrase at least two, mindestens zwei. Starting with the designation of Kafka's onomastics as, quote, the collision between at least two linguistic and social orders, end of quote, one thinks of the two origins at stake in the beginning of The Cares of the Family Man, the Slavic versus the Germanic provenance of the word Odradek. Hamacha's insistence on at least two reasons, languages, incompatible orders, meanings, etc., pervades his reading, doubling and tripling into its culminating installment in the last paragraph. And I quote, this is the experience Kafka undertook with himself, with his writing and with his name, belonging to no order and no epoch, and yet always belonging to at least two at the same time, between at least two languages, at least two cultures, as a Jewish intellectual and nationalist Prague, living as a useless writer in a family of merchants, capable of writing and yet always unable to write, end of quote. One could argue that the structure of this at least two determines the form of the gesture in Kafka. The nature of gesture is less a matter of parabolic doctrine that refuses to arrive, nor one of semantically distorted names that withdraw from naming. Such refusal, such withdrawal is merely a symptom and effect of a dynamic that insists on entangling at least two registers. It is telling that the additional qualification, at least two at the same time, this additional qualification of at the same time in the passage just quoted, at least two at the same time, is absent from Hamacha's original text. Thus the responsibility of Peter Fenves, who carried out the text's, in parentheses, otherwise exquisite translation. Perhaps the phrase at the same time is already implicit in Hamacha's argument, and Fenves simply brought to the fore something already obvious. Be that as it may, the supplemented phrase at the same time emphasizes a dimension that has remained latent throughout Hamacha's discussion of gesture, namely its temporality. If we recall Benjamin's above quoted insight that Kafka's, quote, swamp world extends into the present, it now becomes clear that this extension occurs precisely in the mode of Fenves's at the same time. This simultaneity causes the integrity of the present to collapse as the content pushing itself into its realm is covered by an unliftable veil of oblivion. The resulting presentation is a distorted one, and this distortion is temporal in nature. If oblivion in Benjamin means more than an individual's loss of memory, it marks such a pushing into presence of an imageless, archaic time. It means the at least two of Vorwelt and present, whose dilemma lies precisely in their fateful simultaneity, in the disfiguring corrosion of presence through prehistory's oblivion. If we viewed the temporality of Kafka's gesture as reducible to the tension between the prehistoric world and the present, however, our reading would once again fall prey to the danger of misconstruing the two as independent, identifiable temporal spheres. In order to avoid the pitfalls of this dichotomy, it is critical to fathom Kafka's prehistoric world that pushes itself into the textual present under the guise of oblivion, not as a designated era or period of time or whatever, but as the name of any interruption of the present due to the collisions anticipated by the phrase "at least two." This would mean that the phrase "at least two" is never reducible to the binary of prehistory and history, oblivion, remembrance, nature, myth, swamp world, and modernity, and so on. Rather, it would seem to be what seems to be at stake in Benjamin's Kafka is the idea that whenever at least two temporalities collide, a cloudy spot emerges that provokes the oblivion of an archaic world to interrupt the process of presentation. The prehistoric world is not that which collides, but that which emerges from collision. It's the tense relation of two temporalities or two or more temporalities, thus the pure immediacy of time disconnected from any determinable historical context and experience. Its interruption reminds us that no present is elevated above what Benjamin in the above mentioned context calls the beginnings of time, Uranfänge der Zeit. At one moment in the course of his argument, and with this I will end, Benjamin introduces the trope of the specular to capture Kafka's temporal relations. Quote, "In the mirror," Benjamin writes, "which the prehistoric world held before him in the form of guilt, Kafka merely saw the future emerging in the form of judgment." End of quote. If this proposition is to suggest more than the formal similarity between past, present, and future in Kafka's writings, we ought to ask ourselves what exactly this mirror shows, which the prehistoric world holds before us. This is one of the very few moments in the essay when Benjamin explicitly turns to the question of the future, and he connects it to the intervention of prehistory, its extension into Kafka's present, which, as we learned, causes the breakdown of presentation, the collapse of any presencing of the present. Yet, rather than marking a point of termination for any kind of historical experience, Benjamin's mirror allegory indicates that it is precisely in and through the cloudy spot that gesture and its multiplying temporality, at least two, and at the same time, that a kind of future announces itself. That this future emerges in the form of judgment does not hide the fact that it could also emerge and arrive otherwise, or not at all. For the law of continuity that would allow for a prehistoric guilt neatly to become translated into a future judgment is essentially disturbed. The site of this disturbance is the mirror, which permits us to behold Kafka's theater of gestures, gestures whose observation teaches nothing about what is to come, for all they perform amounts to a withdrawal from their own image. Benjamin makes this obvious when, in the preceding sentences, he states that not only did Kafka fail, quote, to get his bearings amongst the prehistoric forces that dominated his creativeness, more than that, he did not know them at all. Whatever Kafka saw in the mirror of his writing cannot, therefore, be subject to processes of cognition or recognition, eluding any formal identification of present and future, escaping the logic of adherence to a formal continuity between prehistoric guilt and emerging judgment. If Kafka simply did not know the archaic forces that dominated his creativeness, their cognitive negativity pushes these forces past the realm of historical experience and cognition, and it pushes the prehistoric world that haunts his prose beyond the precincts of what will ever be knowable. Rather than understanding this Vorwelt as the receptacle of all the odd figures that find their way toward presentation in Kafka's prose, I propose to interpret Benjamin's conceptual choice such that it becomes readable as a sheer dynamic of disfiguration, as the static and distortion, the withdrawal and representational breakdown that owe their occurrence to temporalities, at least two at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dominik, for your wonderful paper. and a paper that is wonderfully complementing Rochelle's paper as well. I think for all of us who are listening and also viewing this event, they must be aware of the irony that it's taking place in the framework of a university, an academy whose purpose seemingly is the acquisition of knowledge. And here we are talking about oblivion and forgetting, and not just the importance of forgetting, but even, interestingly enough, the productivity of forgetting and what can be rescued from this. We want to continue with this session by calling Rochelle back on the screen. And Rochelle, would you like to respond to Dominik's paper? I feel there are a lot of connections. And then maybe, Dominik, you can respond to Rochelle's and we can start a conversation. Thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you so much, Dominik. That was really just a tremendous paper. And I so admired the structure of forgetting and your analysis of what then the Vorwelt, does to the present and to any representation. I thought in my response I would pull on one strand in your paper because it's actually something that I'm myself chewing on at the moment. So I did write this up, but it's very quick. So one of the many pleasures of reading your papers, following the connection that you draw between the concept of gesture in Benjamin's essay and the idea of the prehistoric world. Gesture disrupts presentation. It is not a sign or act, but a moment of disruption or friction when signs are withdrawn and all acts are suspended. Gestures are cloudy, as Benjamin puts it, and Hamacher underscores, because they do not bring anything to light. But this doesn't make them any less conspicuous. If anything, the opposite is the case. Gesture stands out precisely because it does not deliver anything concrete. It does not refer to or proffer an object. In thwarting this expectation, then gesture does two things at once. It reveals the way in which things are presented and meaning is forged, and it opens a space in which something other than an intentional object can make itself felt. The Vorwelt has a similar status in Dominik's reading. It is never present as an object. It is not a prior age or an archaic past, which would imply that it has elapsed. The Vorwelt never subsides because it has never yet come to pass. As Dominik succinctly puts it, the Vorwelt interrupts its own presentation from before its beginnings. It resists every form of presencing. And this means that it can only come to the fore in moments of forgetting as that which does not fit or belong to any continuum. The Vorwelt is not a past or a present, but always something other. It eludes our grasp, and yet it grasps us. Benjamin might say that Kafka's fiction is always in its grip, as that mysterious force that eludes his protagonists. A curious feature of the prehistoric world is that it is never something purely individual. And this is a quote from the Benjamin essay that Dominik quotes. Everything forgotten mingles with what has been forgotten of the prehistoric world. End quote. Dominik perceptively notes that forgetting is never an individual experience. It is not limited to a single consciousness. It is the opposite of anything that, say, Husserl would consider in phenomenology. And yet I'm trying to figure out if what's at stake here is in fact the subject at all, or if Benjamin's point is that the forgotten are never individual things. To be able to say, I forgot the book, the story, or the argument is already to identify it and remember it, however vaguely, as something. But what does this mingling of the forgotten with the forgotten tell us about the archaic world, or the figures that seem to emanate from it in Kafka? What changes if we think of the forgotten as a world rather than a thing? How can the collectively forgotten disrupt the presentation of discrete objects? What does the mingling of everything forgotten bring to the fore? Finally, is it the indivisibility of the archaic world, its unity or seamlessness? And does that indivisibility itself also make it unrepresentable?
Thank you, Rochelle. Dominik, would you like to respond and maybe then also engage with Rochelle's essay? They're so wonderfully complementary.
And what's even more uncanny is that I think that my response to Rochelle's paper responds to the question that she just asked, because it has to do with precisely with formation and let's say with what happens, with what takes place in this sphere of the Vorwelt. I want to pick up on before I start, and then I guess we can just all of us discuss what happened. Before I start with my response, I would like to remind us of a formulation that Michael used this morning, and which hasn't left my mind ever since. He spoke about the gesture and the cloudy spot as well, and he said it causes a dispersion of discrete figures. And these discrete figures I'm interested in that we have in our world, but that are not possible in the Vorwelt, because Vorwelt is marked by incompleteness, by things coming to form, by what Rochelle calls gestation. And there is a link here between the gesture and the gestation, the gesture in the gestation, and so on and so forth, that we could think about. But perhaps I will just read my response, and then we can discuss any open questions that still linger. So first of all, I would like to state how grateful and excited I am for the opportunity to share the panel with a noble mind such as Rochelle Tobias. And my excitement is only reinforced having listened to her paper, which in a light-footed fashion draws our attention to a series of key moments in Benjamin's essay, the interest in which Rochelle and I share in an uncanny way, so much so that two of the main problems that motivate her talk also stand at the center of my own intervention, as you just heard, namely the so-called Vorwelt, or prehistoric world, better yet, as Rochelle calls it, the world before the world, and its mode of presentation, namely oblivion. Rochelle Tobias rightly insists on the importance of the problem of oblivion for Benjamin's essay, while at the same time reminding us of the elusive character, the obscurity surrounding Benjamin's Vergessenheit, making it impossible to grasp or make sense of. At the beginning of her paper, Rochelle identifies Nietzsche as a legitimate predecessor of Kafka, citing a parable in which blissful forgetting is at stake. And I couldn't help but thinking of a Kafka fragment, which I am sure everyone here is familiar with, but which I'm going to cite anyway, for it so beautifully corresponds to the forgetting on which Rochelle's paper commences. And I quote, this is from Kafka's Fragments. "I can swim like the others, only I have a better memory than the others. I have not forgotten my former inability to swim. But since I have not forgotten it, my ability to swim is useless and I cannot swim after all." End of quote. I would like to suggest that the structure of this short parable inverts the relationship between Vorwelt and its presence the way Rochelle Tobias understands it in her reading of Benjamin. Whereas here, it's a pressing kind of remembrance that fails even in forgetting what ought to be lost. The force behind Rochelle's argument is that of forgetfulness, and what's lost is the prehistoric world. It is impossible to pinpoint this Vorwelt in Benjamin, and Rochelle reminds us of this impossibility when she holds that, quote, "The Vorwelt has neither faded into the past nor ceded its place, and yet we routinely miss it when we search for it," end of quote. In other words, this world before the world is not a formed entity or object. On the contrary, it's a place of sheer occurrence where objects may take form in the first place. These processes of taking form pertain to the lexicon of bearing and birth that permeates Benjamin's rhetoric throughout the essay. As Rochelle reminds us, quote, Benjamin picks up on Kafka's perception of himself as a peripheral and still gestating being when characterizing the messengers in his texts as figures that have not yet been fully released from the womb of nature, end of quote. What's critical in this formulation is Rochelle's insistence on the incompleteness or not yet releasedness of these Kafkan creatures. The fact that they, quote, have not yet been fully released into our world implies a certain degree of imperfection, as though these figures are not phenomenally constituted the same way an object belonging to our world would be. In other words, these creatures lack form. Their ontology is not one of existence per se, but one of precariously coming to form. If this is the case, however, this also implies that Benjamin's Vorwelt is designated as the place of formation. It's the very dimension where phenomena are constituted, where forms take shape, as it were. Yet once this process is complete, the Vorwelt would recede and its creatures would depart into the realm of fully constituted phenomena, the world of formed beings, quote unquote, our world. The predicament that weighs down on Kafka's universe, according to Benjamin and according to Rochelle Tobias, however, is that this departure from the Vorwelt never really takes place, at least not for all creatures. Some remain stuck in the process of being formed, which is to say that even if they appear as seemingly intact phenomena, their Vorwelt haunts them, permeates them as the oblivion of their own coming to being. As she explores the structure of this oblivion, Rochelle calls our attention to its intricate temporality, and she reminds us that it's precisely in the haunting persistence of a formless Vorwelt that Kafka permits the anticipation of something like a future. Quote, "It's in the incompleteness of these creatures," she states, that it's the incompleteness of these creatures that makes them the harbingers of a world to come, a world which, even in the light of day, would seem to be shrouded in fog. And she determines it as the context in which the ancient past returns as a possible future in forgetfulness, end of quote. Now, how are we to understand this odd temporality according to which precisely that which is forgotten somehow announces an unknown future? How are we to understand a temporality which requires us to find the future, not in what lies ahead, but in a world before the world, a world so ancient that its only mode of coming to presence lies in oblivion? In that she insists that this temporality hinges on the incompleteness of the creatures who act as its indices, Rochelle Tobias suggests that what the future shares with the Vorwelt in Kafka is precisely its unformed nature. This future is unknown because it fails to repeat a known pattern. It fails to present itself in known forms, as its morphology is one of radical incompleteness, as we said, of phenomenal deconstitution, defiguration, and deformation. If Rochelle locates this sphere in a kind of nature that lies before the fall, she follows Benjamin in situating it prior to the mythical, that is, prior to a lawful, semantically consistent, logical order that could make sense of the loss of Vorwelt. The entire cunning of myth, one could argue with Rochelle Tobias, lies in repressing the ways in which the prehistoric world extends into the present, in pretending that the Vorwelt is lost. One could argue with Rochelle that here I come full circle and return to the short parable I quoted in the beginning, that myth succeeds in forgetting, even forgetting itself. It is the oblivion of oblivion. Rochelle calls this, quote, the misrecognition that we are already in the prehistoric world and do not need to search for it, end of quote. We are trapped, therefore, in myth, and the only way out, or at least the only way out that Rochelle Tobias is willing to show us, would lie in surrendering all sense-making activities and give in to the special kind of attentiveness, one that is able to forget itself, one that realizes itself in blissful oblivion. Now, even though there are many more motifs, movements, gestures, really, that would deserve to be underscored in this response, I should come to a close, and I want to do so with a question. And it has to do with one concept that both Rochelle and I touch upon in our papers, but which I suppose for several reasons we avoided to dwell on at greater length. And it is the term Gewalt, or violence. Benjamin speaks of vorweltliche Gewalten or prehistoric forces that permeate Kafka's prose, but which Kafka himself is not able to recognize. Since the term Gewalt looms so large in Benjamin's oeuvre, I was wondering, and I wanted to ask you, Rochelle, if we could designate the prehistoric world, especially in its capacity to withdraw from presentation as the receptacle of the unformed and not yet constituted, if we could designate it, this world, the place of what Benjamin in his essay toward the critique of violence called divine violence, that is one of pure, traceless annihilation. Just like you, Rochelle, separate the sphere of nature from the sphere of myth in your essay, Benjamin separates mythical violence from its divine counterpart, and he argues that while the former posits the law, the latter annihilates it. It is rechtsvernichtend. Am I pushing the limits of the analogy too far, or would you agree that Kafka's world before the world potentially opens up a space for the occurrence of divine violence? That's it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dominik. That's it is quite a strong word after this response. Rochelle, would you like to respond to Dominik right away? Do you want to think about it a moment and I bring in another questioner? What would you prefer?
Let me just give
this
a
is
maybe
very much at the core, not just of your paper and your conversation, but also I think of the symposium.
Absolutely. Let me just make then one provisional comment first. And I was really, thank you so much, Dominik. That was an incredibly thoughtful response. And I was thinking very much of Benjamin's critique of violence when reading this essay and writing this paper, because it seems as if the Vorwelt really has the same status exactly as the divine violence that you that you bring up as the ways in which, I mean, it seems as if in the same way, to the extent that myth does violence, right, to that disorder that constantly threatens it, that the reverse of this is true as well, that there is then from the Vorwelt this penetration into the mythical world. I was hoping maybe, and this is also just to bring back also Annie and Michael from this morning too, is that I wonder if maybe we shouldn't be thinking about the Vorwelt, but also divine violence in the critique of violence as that which is, I will say, unoriginal in a very specific sense. It has no origin. It does not originate in anything, nor is it, and it breaks my heart to say this as a phenomenologist, nor is it ever originarily given, right?
This reminds me of the word Ursprung itself, which comes to this kind of double that Dominik has talked about. Rochelle, what would you suggest? Should we ask Michael and Annie to come in right now? And let me just announce something generally. We have two people already in line with questions. I would like to invite more people to put questions in the Q&A. I won't forget the people who have already signed up with questions, but I would like to follow your suggestion, Rochelle, and address Michael and Annie. Do you have a response to this central discussion of violence now?
Yeah, I'd be happy to jump in. Violence and the Vorwelt and its temporal status, the way it pushes into the present, the way it's not free in any successive sense, as both of you have argued. In this context, and particularly prompted by Rochelle's fantastic paper, I've been puzzling over the passage about Erbsünde.
Mm.
It's one of the absolute densest, most convoluted passages in the entire essay. And I wonder, in the context of our discussion of forgetting and the insistence of something that does not yield to a linear narrative, it seems that what Benjamin is doing in this particular passage is he's taking, I mean, it's lost in the English translation of Erbsünde as original sin, because that really puts it, it locates it in the past, it locates it as an original event, whereas in Benjamin, it seems that he keeps taking the phrase and turning it back on itself. Erbsünde becomes the sin of transmission, becomes the sin of inheritance. It's a sin that is committed from generation to generation, that is transmitted from generation to generation without ever taking place once and for all. So again, this kind of suspicion side. But it's also complex in the way that the position of sinner and accuser are repeatedly turned back on themselves. And Benjamin will describe the father at the beginning of the paragraph as the accuser. Then in turn become the accused, accused of having begotten a son. And so I think what is at stake in this passage is again its immensely tangled quality, and it's in this this knot, which is not to be undone, that I would say that there is a kind of enclave of the unconscious in consciousness, that Benjamin is performing the presence of the Vorwelt in the doubling back, repeated reversions of his prose. He's acting something out that cannot be a straightforward content of his thought, but that is working, that he's performing in his very writing itself. And this takes us to the other question, from transmission of the Erbsünde as a kind of questions about inheritance and nonlinear inheritance, to what we've been saying about the falling ill of tradition, and the way in which Benjamin will applaud Kafka for saying Kafka had left the consistency of truth far behind. And what he means by the falling ill of tradition is that it no longer has a kind of intactness. It doesn't have a healthy body. It doesn't have internal consistency. And he says Kafka turns from the level of content to clinging to transmittability, and to questions of decay and of rumor and of what is kind of hanging in the air. And he talks about Kafka's eavesdropping on tradition, as though to say that Kafka, and this comes back in some ways to Rochelle's point about what kind of attention is required, what kind of listening, and from what I heard you said, in terms of you're not going to find it precisely if it's the object of a search. But Kafka seems to kind of listen to rumors that kind of travel on their own, and it's the attentiveness to the decomposition, to decomposing bodies, to what Dominik called also a kind of static in the transmission, to that which never yields as a content, that I think is really at stake in Benjamin's reading of Kafka. Sorry for that very long-winded intervention.
I would like to turn to Annie now because Rochelle addressed both you and Michael, Michael and Annie. Annie has a bit of a problem turning the video on. Sam in the background, can you help Annie? And we can maybe move on and then come back to Annie. Would that be okay?
Annie's back now.
Yes.
Annie's back now. Wonderful. I don't see her. Annie, please respond because Rochelle addressed it to all of us.
Okay, I'll just be very quick because I want to make sure we leave time for questions as well from the audience, and I'm cognizant of time. I wanted to, the sort of connection I was trying to make in my paper is also the link between the collector and the allegorist, that they both have a kind of subversive bond, according to Benjamin. And he talks specifically about Baudelaire's Rage in Central Park, which he talks about as a testament to the destructive underpinnings of allegory. And I'll just read one quote. He says, Baudelaire's allegory bears traces of the violence that was necessary to demolish the harmonious facade of the world that surrounded him. And here we might even think about Benjamin's destructive character as another potential text where both the collector and allegorist are sort of equipped with weapons to resist and destroy the status quo by destroying the mythical unity between objects and their meanings. So that's just one sort of potential connection also with One Way Street and the kind of armed quotations and this kind of violent rhetoric at stake in so much of Benjamin's writings around this topic.
Can I just throw in one very quick point, and I promise it won't take more than 30 seconds, but it has to do with the chain of transmission. And I think that we forget that, I mean, the text opens with a kind of chain of transmission that Shulvakin, you know, lives in the hand of Potemkin, who is a writer. And I do think that there is something that is being said in that, you know, parable there, if you will, about a kind of not originally given form of writing that enables something like Shulvakin to find himself writing and written in another hand.
Ian wants to jump in now. Ian, please.
As long as we're doing a free for all as the convener,
It's not quite a free for all.
I want to jump in too. No, I'm very excited by this whole conversation. And Michael, what you were saying about the Absende and the way it sort of turns around on itself or becomes a sort of, you know, an Ouroboros of sorts, it reminds me of Dominik's reading of the mirror, which I'd never really understood before, but looking at it as sort of seeing the past in a rearview mirror, you know, projected into the future was very helpful to me. I'm glad that Annie was able to rejoin us, because my question actually was about this sort of act of collection or this sort of obsessional citational praxis. Because it seems to me that, Annie, I think you referred to it also in Nietzschean terms as a sort of monumental history, an antiquarian history. Whereas Rochelle, what you're talking about is the ahistorical from that same essay. And so if we're making divine violence akin, or if we're reading divine violence as akin to the Vorwelt, or as akin to this gleichschwebende Aufmerksamkeit, this sort of free-floating attentiveness, is there a way that, you know, Michael, you're I'm not skeptical of it, but you're reading Benjamin as performing the kinds of Kafkan gestures that he discovers. Whereas Annie, you know, you're more focused on this sort of citational collection practice. And it seems to me that precisely for that reason, those might be opposed, that the citationality seems to be the kind of forgetting that would permit that free-floating attention, you know, that sort of obsessive gathering and holding on to would seem to be opposed to the gesturality of what we're looking at here. And you know, that's a tension that's reflected in the text itself. Michael, in the span of a page or two, you quote one bit where Benjamin says Kafka could only understand the gestural. And then later, the thing that he could least fathom was the gestus. You know, and that comes up again. I think maybe both Dominik and Rochelle quoted a moment, the Fleishman moment, the Commisso illusion, where it's the forgotten gesture. So, you know, the status of the gesture and its whether we can fathom it or not, whether we can grasp it or not, is open. So that's more of an invitation to riff than anything. But
Ian, can we take this as a comment for the moment, because we have a lineup,
sure.
and I feel if we just talk about among ourselves, there will be a lot of very frustrated people who want to talk about the same issue. I'm particularly concerned about a person who is very much in the background and, like Mimi Hacking, is also responsible for this conference to function at all. And that is Adam Sachs, a graduate student in the background who has a question. And I would like to call him forward on screen if possible. Adam, come up and ask your question for all.
I'm here.
To see you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Liliane, and thank you all for your wonderful papers. Yeah, my question concerns this idea of Vorwelt. I came into today really wanting to learn what the Vorwelt was, and I don't know if I quite know yet, but I have more questions, and that's great. And so my question really circles around this idea of exchange, gift exchange, thinking a bit with Derrida there, but is Benjamin alluding to a process of exchange where there's a certain indebtedness formed between the Vorwelt and our world, right? When he first brings up the Vorwelt, he talks about that it's something that is even pre the 12th Tafelgesetzgebung, right? There's this moment of giving, but there's even an earlier moment that he's referring back to. And in Rochelle, in your paper, you talk about this idea of there's no clean or full formation of the Vorwelt and incompleteness, particularly of Kafka's creatures. And I'm wondering what this means for the cleanness or the linearity of this exchange. Are we still in a process of waiting for this gift? Is the gift exchange, is the exchange between our moment and the Vorwelt and our moment incomplete, purposefully, because there is perhaps, if there is this full and complete exchange, this destruction, this annihilation, this divine violence that you both were talking about earlier. So that's really my question. Is there a potential of exchange here, and how does that play out, and how does actually what Benjamin's talking about here through Kafka trouble the idea of a clean or linear exchange?
Adam, may I direct the question to Rochelle? Rochelle, would you like to respond to this? The question of gift and exchange.
Thank you so much. I mean, I'm actually going to draw on Dominik's paper, because I think he actually answers this question so well, that the Vorwelt is always, you know, it's maybe one shouldn't think of it as something, but rather as that which withdraws, or what in any presentation itself can never assume presence. And in that sense, it's what it is, you know, it is always at one and the same time giving impetus for new myth, at the same time that it is always puncturing whatever order or regime is placed upon it. And I don't know if there's really any way outside of that dynamic where you will always have that which the Vorwelt as that which disrupts any gift and any exchange, that it can't be part of any such economy, because it is never even there as itself, but it's there to remind us that whatever a myth has set up comes only at the expense of this other experience of world almost. I don't know, Dominik, if you want to add to that.
I basically agree with you. I think that if there is such a thing as an economy of exchange, or a textual economy, I think what's important, at least this is the interpretation, quote unquote, of the reading that I like to emphasize, what's important is to understand the Vorwelt as not being part of that economy. It's precisely that which escapes it. So if the Vorwelt has to do with a sense of giving, as you indicate in your question, it would be the sheer possibility of giving, but not the giving of something particular. That would, the Vorwelt would open up the possibility of giving, as opposed to, for instance, the positiveness of the law in myth, or the positiveness of narrative in myth. But as soon as you think that the Vorwelt is part of a relation, the Vorwelt is here and the present is here, or the Vorwelt is the giver and the recipient is whoever, Kafka or the reader or Benjamin, I think then you're in danger of misunderstanding the complexity of that concept. And I think, I mean, what I also try to emphasize in the paper is that Benjamin is very unclear about it, and it's prone to misunderstanding. If you read the term Vorwelt, obviously you think that it's somehow discoverable, or it's somehow graspable, or it somehow relates to a sense of historical cognition and historical experience, and it could be accessible to that, but it's not, if you follow Benjamin's argument.
Dominik and all, we have now questions lining up. This is a compliment to the incredible discussion that's going on here. We have Patrick McConaughey asking for Dominik. So good that I have you in full picture right now in front of my screen. I cite, I was struck by your distinction between written and unwritten law. Before 1200, law in Europe was essentially unwritten, socially transmitted from one generation to another orally in Weisheiten, perhaps even as far back as prehistoric time. Law in Kafka is not civil law, I understand, but are religious laws orally transmitted just as questionable as unwritten ones? The question is directed to you, but we can all jump in here.
What I would say, this requires a lot of thinking and contemplation, but what I would say, and consideration, but what I would say as a tentative first response would be that's another moment where one can easily misread Benjamin when it comes to the distinction between written law and unscripted law, because he talks about, and Rochelle, you indicated rightly some confusion about that, the 12 tables, which I think what he means by that is the first codified Roman law, the 12 tables of the law. But even those were not the first written laws, obviously. They were just the first kind of unifying codification of laws that existed before already. It just ordered those laws. So I think it's another potential misprision or another potential misunderstanding to say, okay, there's written law and then there's the previous unwritten law. And when Benjamin says that written law is a triumph over the prehistoric world, I think it's helpful to understand written law here in terms of representation or presentation. Even orally transmitted laws would somehow partake in cognizable forms of presentation and representation. And what Benjamin insists on is that the law in Kafka does not come to representation. It refuses to come to presentation. If that's orally or if that's in a written form is secondary. What matters is that you cannot determine in the parable the doctrine, or in the trial the law, or in the case of Hunter Gracchus, the mistake that he made according to the protocols of proper dying. He had an accident, he died, he was supposed to enter the beyond, and somehow he wasn't able to. And there's a major confusion about where the mistake was here. And the important thing about that mistake is that it has to remain unidentifiable. That's precisely the nature of the cloudy spot, which is why any reading that tries to go after the cloudy spot and determine it and read it as an allegory for something or as a metaphor for this and that is, to say it bluntly, a bad reading, because it tries to make the cloudy spot disappear, which it can't do, and tries to translate it into cognizable propositions, which it can't do. But yeah, there's more to be said about this. But
the next question to our panelists, Rochelle and Dominik, of this session, begins with a praise that I just have to give you. I mean, how can I deny you this? The incredible rich discussions on the Vorwelt by both Rochelle and Dominik, as well as the original Sin and Their Violences, seem to me to be calling out towards the notion of in the beginning was the word and the origin myths of language. It's Brett Harmon writing. How could we relate language to violence in the realm of the Vorwelt? I think this picks up some of the issues that were already in discussion.
Maybe Rochelle, you can then expand on this later. But what I find important is that in that one decisive moment in the essay where Benjamin talks about origins and beginnings, and it's precisely when he talks about the triumph of written law over Vorwelt, he talks about beginnings in the plural. He speaks about Uranfänge der Zeit. So they're already in the beginning. There's multiple beginnings. There is a dissemination of beginnings, a multiplication of beginnings. I think the phrase, I have it here, is Kafka just did not, and I think Michael cited it, Rochelle cited it, I cited it. It's a very important moment in the text. And he writes, Kafka did not consider the age in which he lived as an advance over the beginnings of time. Uranfänge der Zeit. So Uranfang would already be an ultra emphasis on the actual origin, and then that's being compromised by making it plural, so much so that Uranfänge der Zeit would be an oxymoron almost. There can only be one Uranfang and not Uranfänge, and that's already a linguistic moment that happens here. It's something that occurs in Benjamin's language, and in the decision to speak not of one origin, and not about Ursprung, but about Anfang and Uranfänge. But maybe Rochelle wants to expand on this.
Yeah, please, Rochelle.
Well, one of the things that interests me very much is this idea of something being the first. And why this is such a problem for Benjamin, that there would be a first instance of anything. And I'm very, this is sort of answering Brad's question with something, of a parable too, but it's one of the few that we haven't discussed today, which is the Hasidic legend of the beggar sitting in a tavern where a bunch of other people are discussing what it is that they would want, and he tells the story of how he would want that he would have once, that he was once a king, and et cetera, et cetera. And now, had to abandon everything. Now he's whatever, a beggar. And they say, well, what do you get from all of that? And he said, a shirt. And the reason I sort of like this, and I think that it's also about the origins of language. He's being asked, where do you come from, right? And where do you want to go? And instead he provides this alternative history, this doubling, of his own life in order to at least be able to get a fresh shirt for himself by way of fiction. So that, and it's when you're asked what in the beginning was the word, and this is a word on the beginning of the word, and so on and so forth, that you're always doubling and redoubling it, and you can never get back to that first instance. And I think the Vorwelt is always this reminder that there, that when it interrupts, it makes you, forget that you've even forgotten that it ends up taking what prides itself always on being a unique first instance, and showing it to have already been sort of redoubled before it even began. So to take sort of the notion of the Uranfänge and maybe transfer it then to the realm of fiction or storytelling, that there is no first instance, and that any story of the origin of language or pronouncement about the origin of language is already a second, a third, a fourth, or a fifth word.
Rochelle, isn't it also a strong critique of the Enlightenment that has been preoccupied with the origin of human beings, the origin of language, and so on, in competition, in treatises, and so on? Nobody could get away in the 18th century without writing an essay or something on the origins. And here we have kind of turned it around in some ways, both the origins, but also what Enlightenment could be.
I mean, that's a really interesting observation, that it comes after the fact as a, that any posited origin is always the myth of an origin. Yeah, and that would be sort of what motivates the Enlightenment too.
And it links to the work that Adorno has done in a very different way about the Enlightenment. Annie, I have the feeling that you want to jump in.
Oh, I just wanted to quickly add to your point about the Enlightenment and Adorno, saying that I think in some ways we could even put this into conversation with with Benjamin's kind of aversion to the overvaluation of originality, also in his work of art essay, where he denounces outmoded concepts like creativity and genius, whose uncontrolled application leads to data processing of data in a sort of fascist sense. And so one might think about the way that this has sort of larger implications for Benjamin's politics. I just wanted to say that quickly.
No, I think alike.
Can I
I think Michael wants to jump in as well.
Yeah, I don't see Michael, so please jump in.
Okay. I wanted to come back to a couple of things. One, to Dominik's very strong contention that the law in Kafka does not come to presentation. And I'd like to relate that to what I've been trying to say about Benjamin and performance. And what I think I meant to say is that the sense of performance is also a transferential repetition of Kafka. Transferential repetition suggests that Benjamin finds himself in the very strange position of being implicated in Kafka's text, that it's not a reading of Kafka from without, but that he finds himself before the law of Kafka's text, that before the law is before itself, that it already prepositions Benjamin in such a way to limit his moves, limit the way in which he reads. And I think Benjamin's way of assuming that implication is to write in the way he does. So I really would like, particularly, I mean, Dominik's argument about the law not coming to presentation. Well, then how does it make itself felt? And I think it makes itself felt in the transferential toils in which Benjamin finds himself in relation to Kafka. So it's not Benjamin's reading of Kafka, but in some way, the way in which Benjamin has been read, finds himself read into Kafka, read by Kafka, anticipated by Kafka, condemned to play out certain moves that have been prescribed by Kafka.
Michael, can I provoke you for a moment? Because we are at the end of the conference, so we can, I think, be a little bit over the top. Our symposium is reading Benjamin, reading Kafka. At certain moments, we had reading Hamacher, reading Benjamin, reading Kafka. Would your argument about finding yourself in the text be true for Hamacher as well? Not so much in Kafka, but in Benjamin.
I think that Hamacher is trying to work. I would say the short answer is yes. The question is then how? How does Hamacher find himself implicated in Benjamin's text, positioned by Benjamin's text? And I think the way he does is he tries to kind of work with it at the margins of it, trying to develop tensions in it that with which it's already kind of pregnant. And to
exactly, and that pushes me to a follow-up question. I don't think, I'm not think Hamacher is not perhaps the most singular example that I want to choose here, but I want to kind of push it towards the question of reading, of how we read in a way that we find ourselves in the text and push it to the border, that it becomes obvious in Benjamin's reading of Kafka, that it is obvious but less obvious in the way of Hamacher reading Benjamin, reading Kafka. But that this kind of, that this particular examples can show us something about what it means to read seriously. And that goes back to, I think, Rochelle's reading of Kafka, where Rochelle, you put up front the question of falling into, falling down. In some ways, this kind of falling into is also part of reading.
Can I add a quick footnote to this discussion you just had with Michael? And it has to do with something that has been on my mind regarding the cloudy spot that invites reading in Kafka, but makes it impossible at the same time. And I think that there's moments in the Hamacher text on which you just insisted, Liliane, that explicitly pose the question of reading. For instance, the moment where he talks about the cloudy spot as lacking a positive semantic function within the economy of the text. And then he goes into explaining what exactly the cloudy spot does and so on and so forth. But what he says here is that the cloudy spot lacks semantic function within the economy of the text, which means that there's no meaning or semantic function that we can ascribe to the cloudy spot, but it's surrounded by elements that can take on a semantic function. There is an economy of the text, which means that the text is not only cloudy spot. That's why it's a cloudy spot. That's why it's localizable as spot. It's spottable as spot. It's not a cloudy fog that surrounds the entire text. The text, what I want to say with this is that the text has to remain legible. It has to remain readable to a very great extent. And then this ability to read it breaks off precisely at those moments of the gesture and of the cloudy spot. And that's the problem here. It's not entirely inaccessible, entirely unreadable. It invites reading, it invites you in, it invites you to perhaps even transferentially attach to these gestures. But at these moments, at these Stellen, reading encounters its very impossibility.
Sorry, I just was going to respond very quickly. I mean, I feel like there are sort of two different movements or impulses you find between Benjamin and Kafka. And I tried to talk about this a little bit, that Benjamin paints Kafka at the end of his essay as a scholar, someone who studies and works to understand things, when in fact what enabled Kafka's fiction to continue is the opposite, that he let himself be guided by that which he could not understand, right? And so it seemed as if the writer and the reader function in very different ways. And one of the things, I mean, I'm certainly self-conscious about, and that I read in this essay too, is becoming the parasite that is the fathers and the civil servants who feed off of the son, because we come up with the law, right? that in operation in a text, and how you can let yourself be guided without having to make a principle of of something is maybe the toughest task of reading itself. Certainly something that I feel like one can only be vigilant about because it is so easy to become sort of like the father feeding off the son as a reader.
Well, it's the question of vigilance. Can I just jump in, Liliane?
Yes, please. Please jump in. We are trying to finalize the message here, and it gets more and more complicated. Michael.
Okay, I mean, it's around the question of vigilance. I'm thinking of Rochelle's beautiful highlighting of Potemkin in his pajamas, performing actions as though in his sleep. And in terms of the question of Benjamin's relationship to Kafka and to find himself implicated in the text, I wonder if the initial gesture of Benjamin's text of Shuvalkin finding himself written into Potemkin's text, written by Potemkin, but Potemkin not doing so even as a willful act. And that's why Rochelle's highlighting of he does it in a depressed, melancholic, sleepwalking kind of state. And nevertheless, he manages to conscript Shuvalkin into his text. And I wonder if there's that kind of power exerted by Kafka's text over Benjamin, that he is in this way from the very beginning acknowledging.
Michael, this is a beautiful last word for our panel because it is an open door. And signing off now, I don't know with which signature I'm signing off, except it cannot be Potemkin. Annie and Michael, I would like to thank you as a listener for the first panel. Dominik and Rochelle, I would like to thank you as a moderator for your contributions. These have been marvelous 4 contributions that are not only a compliment to you, but also a compliment to Ian, who has invited you and had the premonition that it might work out the way it has worked out. So my last thanks go to Ian, and of course to everybody in the background, Mimi, Adam, Sam, and Jonah. And I turn to you, Ian.
I just want to reiterate those thanks to all of our panelists and presenters and moderators and all of the help, as well as to the Department of Germanic Languages and Literature, the program in Comparative Literature and Theory, the Jewish Studies Kutchin Seminar Series, the Wolf Humanities Center, and the University Research Foundation. This really has been a pleasure. I found it riveting, a wonderful way to sort of wrap up the semester. Thank you all so much, and I look forward to continued discussions on this and other topics.
And Ian, let's thank our audience as well. Thank you all for joining the webinar. Bye-bye.
Thank you.